appreciate you guys participating and actually
happen. We can't do this alone at Fluence. It's not our business, but we started doing it and we couldn't do it without you. So thank you all for helping, and we hope we get more participants to help us in future events as well. And we've got our community partners as well. So thank you to have them. We want obviously to have more DePIN community here as well. So here is a snapshot of all the people speaking today. I don't expect you to recognize everybody here, but it's a big day, as you can tell by those photos. So thrilled about that. So that's the, back up. This is the agenda. And by the way, for people who have a tough time hearing, there are headphones on the desk over there that you can grab, which means you get to just hear my voice or the voice of whoever's speaking next. So if you get a little tired of some of the noise, you can grab some headphones. That's the agenda. There's the Wi-Fi, Fluence.network, easy to remember. Let's talk about DePIN first. So first, let's level set here. What is DePIN? So the definition we are working with is crowdsourced physical infrastructure bound together in a platform secured by token economics and providing a useful service. And I think that's an important definition for everybody to have in mind, because a lot of projects, the DePIN is expanding, right? People are grabbing this term DePIN and throwing any kind of software platform into it. I think that's not fair. So I would love to keep this definition in mind when you're thinking about DePIN and listening to projects, because this is really the core of what DePIN is. And there's about two main pieces of DePIN. There is the physical side and there's the digital or cloud side. And the digital cloud side is what Fluence does. It's a cloud related services. So we are a compute platform, but there is storage like Filecoin, there's rendering like Render, there's a whole number of cloud related services, but then there are also the physical services, which are almost some for the mainstream non-crypto crowd a bit easier to understand, like the Heliums, like the Glow that do solar, like the wireless network, geospatial positioning, all those. So that is, I think, important to differentiate those two, because you have different token economic models for those different networks, different infrastructure required for them as well. So I think it's just as an overview, it's worth being able to separate those two categories. And so why is DePIN different? And I think, we've seen a lot of volatility in the crypto market. We've seen some, incredible, a little bounce after the election in the US and then a fall. But the only token that hit an all-time high, I think this was in November, was Geode. And I think that's pretty interesting. It was a DePIN token. And it's maintained, it's no longer its all-time high, but still pretty solid performing. And I think it's interesting to figure out why that is the case. And I think that this is just the beginning of what we're going to see a lot more in DePIN, given the token economic models. And later in the day, I'm going to be discussing the token economics report that I wrote in more detail. But part of the reason this is happening is because the value proposition that DePIN projects offer. And so if you look at a selection of projects here, you will see a material benefit versus centralized competitors, usually at a lower price. And so, if you look at GeoNet, which I mentioned, it's 100 times more precise. It's about a centimeter precision for geospatial locations, right? So you can be precise down to a centimeter, and it is about 10 times cheaper, depending on the duration, than the centralized competitors. And more than that, they have 13,000 location sensors in the globe. The biggest centralized competitor is 5,000, right? So they have a better service, more coverage, and are cheaper than their competitors. And so how do you compete and by the way, they spent zero on CapEx, right? So how do you as a centralized company compete with that type of service where someone has a better service, cheaper, and doesn't have to pay to deploy it? And if you go down this list, and this is just a snapshot, right? Helium is cheaper. The other part, plenty of these projects offer things no one else has. Demo shares car data across manufacturers. That creates a whole application platform previously unavailable to anybody. So that's offering a brand new service, completely new. You can now trade data for insurance, et cetera. So it's also offering brand new products never before possible. So I think this is what is going to lead DePIN forward, and when you combine this with the appropriate token economics. And that's why DePIN is not a meme. And when I first did this slide, memes were quite popular. I think we've all seen what's happened with memes, and I think you'll see DePIN perform incredibly well. And I think that's why I view DePIN as a bridge. And on one side of this bridge is the crypto world, and on the other side of the bridge is the traditional investment world, the traditional business world. And it's DePIN that's actually bringing these two things together. And I think that's what's going to make DePIN the forefront of crypto over the next couple of years. It's a service that people can understand. It's a token economics that makes sense. And I think that is what is going to unite these two worlds, which we've been waiting to unite for a long time. Crypto's been on one side. Traditional world of investors, traditional world of use cases have been on the other side. DePIN is actually connecting these two worlds in a way that nothing else before in crypto has done at scale. And so I think this is what we're going to see going forward. DePIN investing, I think, there's a bunch of funds focused on DePIN, referencing the amount of capital that's coming in, referencing the interest investors have in and understanding this bridge going forward. And you will hear from some of these investors later today on the investor panel, which I recommend to attending. Obviously, there's a lot of interest in it. There are reports that are coming out quite regularly. The State of DePIN by Mawari and EV3 has been kind of the most long-standing report in the space, which is terrific. And then, obviously, the newest one is the one that I wrote on DePIN token economics. So I urge you to take a look at this report. It's the only one I've seen that has a lot of detail specifically on token economic models, which I feel is the most important part of DePIN, because if you don't get the token economics right, none of this is going to matter. And the real point here is that as investors start to see revenue in DePIN, they're going to dig into token economics in a way that previous crypto investors have never really cared about. So you're going to have a lot more scrutiny on token economics as projects generate revenue. And so I think this is a model for how people will think about it and look at it. So take a look at that and certainly send me your feedback on it. We see media ramping up coverage. I think this is only going to continue. You guys have seen the number of DePIN events here in Dubai. This is one. I think it's going to be the best and the biggest, but there's a lot of others. And, you will see plenty more of them going forward. I think that's not going to change. Worth mentioning a couple key recent wins in the DePIN, physical DePIN space, specifically telco. I think this gets to that bridge concept. So first, regulatory. Really important that the case against Nova Labs was dropped again by the Department of Justice. If this had gone forward, it would have been a very bad thing for token economics in general and for mining and for giving rewards to people. So that's a very big deal that was dropped. The second thing is both Nova, i.e. Helium, and XNet have partnerships with AT&T for data offload. So you now see DePIN projects partnered with the leading companies in their space, in their vertical. And they're actually partnering with them, not just competing. I think this is a huge sign of credibility for the sector. And I look forward to seeing this type of partnership happen in other sub-verticals of the DePIN space. But when you have AT&T signing up with multiple DePIN providers to basically provide them a service, you know that the sector is advancing. It's advancing from a regulatory perspective. It's advancing from a technical perspective. It's advancing from a credibility perspective. So I think this is hard to overstate. So we have hosted a lot of DePIN conferences. 2024 was our first DePIN conference year. It was a big one. And so I know some of you here have been to those. And so thank you for attending. Thank you for sponsoring, for those who sponsored several of them. We've had 130 speakers. We've been in 8 cities. I think that was 6 countries, maybe six countries. Definitely, it wasn't 8, but and we've got, we're going to keep going. We've got then 2 more planned for this year in Singapore and in Buenos Aires. So we hope to see you guys at those conferences as well. We may add a third depending on kind of where the Fluence team is focused, but look forward to doing more of these. This is the map. And this looks like a crypto map to people, right? It's all global here, so DePIN is as well. So hopefully you can join us. And I hope also, if you haven't listened to the podcast, the DePIN podcast, you should. A lot of the leading founders in the space have been on it. A lot of the people speaking today have been on it or will be on it shortly. So if you want to learn about the space, there's a project you want to learn about, good chance they've been on. I think I've done 50 episodes so far. So hopefully you guys can check it out. And with that, I want to turn it over to James to talk to, there we go, there we go. James from Neuron, founder and CEO. Welcome, James.
Thank you. Okay, welcome everyone. I'm James, CEO and co-founder of Neuron, and I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about how we're powering machine-to-machine commerce. So my background is in engineering. I've been in engineering around about 16 years in the drone industry, particularly. It seems as drones are a big thing in DePIN apparently. So I'm another one in the team. But I've also worked in mission critical systems. So looking at verification and assurance of these systems. So really, this isn't a case of just build it and hope it works. We need to make sure it works. I've also worked in banking and consultancy. I've run my own consultancy in drones, consulting with people like the Civil Aviation Authority, and also with PwC as a subject matter expert. And I've been in Web3 since 2017. So I kind of rode up the Bitcoin wave in 2017. I'm sure some of you will understand that. And I kind of realized that there's an opportunity here with DePIN, or what back then was just decentralized networks, and connecting those into robotics. Neuron itself, we've been established since 2019, end of 2019, so just over 5 years. We're based in London in the UK. We've got a team of about 12, around about 6 full-time and 6 part-time there. Really what we're trying to do is build a vision where ultimately today humans are the customers. And we believe within the next 5 years, machines and AI systems will be the customers. Our focus at the moment is on premium data services, so buying premium data services from machines. And we're backed by Outlier Ventures, Ecosonic, and the UK government in UK research and innovation. So at the moment, we're seeing a lot of supply side within DePIN. We see millions of devices all around the world deployed, but we're not seeing the customers come in the quantities that we'd hope. We're seeing some projects doing fantastically well. Tom went and talked about one in GeoDNet earlier, who are making waves in the GNSS space, which I also have a bit of experience in. But what we're not seeing is widespread adoption. And why is that? Well, ultimately, access to DePIN networks is very difficult. It's also very inefficient. What we have is a situation where you're having to quite often go to web forms and contact the founders to actually access the data, purchase API keys, use credit cards, sign contracts. These are things that robots and AI agents aren't able to do. A lot of these networks also pass data into centralized clouds. And centralized clouds are great for storing data, but for real-time data, they have a few drawbacks, one of which is around latency, another is availability of these systems, and also around cost. So what we've developed is an edge network that enables any machine to access any other machine's data. And what that enables is AI agents and applications to access data in a streamlined fashion and get high performance data from those machines. So that enables rapid data transfer. So you're doing peer-to-peer, which is what blockchain is all about. High integrity data coming from those, and also increased reliability from these systems. And so this access can be at the machine level or at the cloud level. Now, the rise of AI and robotics is really creating a demand at the moment for high quality data and automation of access. Machines and AI systems need high quality, high performance, and trusted data. And they will seek that out. AI systems will always seek that out. Premium data services is about a $3.5 trillion market. So this isn't a small market we're talking about here. And then when you look at the global market for services, which is ultimately going to be replaced, if you believe Elon Musk, by machines and AI systems, we're talking about a huge market of online digital services. So our system is an infrastructure, and what it enables is machines to buy from machines. And that's secured by a validator network. And the validator network basically ensures trust between the two parties. You've got machines on one side as the suppliers, and you've got machines on the right-hand side, which are the customers. And they can be AI systems and applications, robotic applications in the future. We have a virtual wire that connects customers, buyers, and sellers together, and that enables rapid data transfer in a peer-to-peer or machine-to-machine or computer-to-computer fashion, and token payments in the other direction. We have a set of explorers for discovery of machines, and we have a set of validators for resolving any disputes that might happen. Here's an image of our Explorer. What the Explorer is really there to do is to take all of the machines off all of the different networks and aggregate them into a registry, a directory that other machines can pull off. It's an open source Explorer. Anyone can run one if they want to. They can set up their own business models around them, charge for the APIs that they produce. So this is really just a decentralized directory. And this decentralized directory holds information about those machines. So how do I find it? What's the price of the service? What kind of service is it that it's providing? And what accounts do actually communicate through? Other machines can then access those APIs to then find out, okay, what machines are in my area? If I want to access, for example, a weather sensor in a particular location, they can use an API to find those weather sensors. So our business model is around the validator network. So how do we actually make money? Well, we basically charge a commission, and those validators are there to ensure trust between the two parties. So we take a small commission, and then validators earn that commission essentially for voting in the case that there's a dispute between the parties. They also enforce reputation, which is an important thing. If you've got a decentralized world, how does a machine know whether it should be buying from another machine or not? As humans, we rely on reputation, and machines and AI agents will do exactly the same. So we've already tackled 3 industries here. Flight tracking within the transportation industry. We've now just adopted weather within the environmental sector, and we've also looked at mobile data within the communication sector. But this is broad. This is across services, whether that's smart homes to financial markets and even education. All of these markets rely on premium data. Now, to set up a node, it's fairly straightforward. What you've got is you need to define your service. So are you providing a weather service? Are you providing a GNSS service? You then need to install your environment variables, which are basically just your public address and your private key. There's a few others in there as well. But really, these systems are going to be reliant on an address to go and transact with each other. You install your machines, install this on your machines, and then run the executable. It's quite straightforward. It takes less than a day to do. It's easy to set up. Hopefully this will play. And as a customer then, if I want to go and access this data, it literally a matter of milliseconds to access it. Run the executable, and now I've got data streaming straight into my computer in a peer-to-peer fashion. And this was, I think, in one of the machines was in London, the other was in New York. So you can see within literally 0.1 of a second, the data was now coming through to my computer. And this is one of the applications that our customers are using this for. So on the left here, you'll see Land's End Airport. So Land's End Airport have Neuron installed in their air traffic control tower. So they're using this to see aircraft which are moving around the sky. On the right-hand side, you'll see one of the drone customers that are using Neuron to consume data from the Jet Vision network, flight tracking network. So you can see the view that they have on their laptop, and you can then see what's happening in the sky. University of Southampton, or Southampton UAV, were working with Wind Racers, a drone delivery company, and they were testing detect and avoid systems. So these are aircraft being flown at each other and using Neuron data feeds to avoid one another. And we're now doing some really cool stuff in the AI agent world now. I believe this is the first time this has ever been done. Of an AI agent buying data from a machine, consuming it, connecting it, authenticating, and then providing answers. So what we did is we've got, normally you have MCP servers connected to MCP clients. Those MCP servers are usually local. They're connected to local data. They're usually on your own computer. What we've done is we've actually put the MCP server on the data source. So you can have a data source in New York. You have that attached to an MCP server. It has a series of access controls to it, so you can decide what kind of data you want to give access to. And that data is retained with the owner. We're not trying to get you to pull that off your server and put it somewhere else. Keep it where it is already, install a plugin, and now that's accessible to any other machine or AI agent around the world. What the Neuron network does is it enables customers to discover, connect, pay, and have that payment protected. Each party has an EVM address, so they're able to discover and connect and pay one another. And no API key, credit card, or contract is needed within that process. And now I'll show you a quick demo. So here you'll see on the left-hand side the MCP chat. So this is just the interface that a user would use. In the middle, you'll see the buyer nodes. So these are attached to the MCP client. And on the right-hand side, you'll see the MCP servers, which are in New York, attached to the data. And you can ask it questions, and it will ask you, it'll tell you things like, okay, are you happy to pay for that data? You can respond yes, and then it will literally go to the other server, the MCP server, download the data from the supplier, and transfer that to your machine, and then answer the questions for you. So we did that with the SkyX network. I believe Frank's here today. I can't see him now, but if you want to speak to SkyX, they're here today. And with Roam. So SkyX does weather data, and Roam is looking at mobile network coverage data. But this essentially enables you to talk to these data sets as if they were literally on your computer. They're around the world, maximum latency usually around about 200 milliseconds if it's halfway around the world. But they're literally traveled at the speed of light, so as fast as the internet cables will allow you to. And we've done something quite cool with Elisa OS. So Elisa doesn't normally support MCP. So our CTO actually managed to get it working with MCP, which is, I think, in its own right a first. I don't think that's been done before either. So we integrated MCP with Elisa OS. And we then did some chat. Excuse the prompting. These are engineers prompting the system, not someone actually in a business mindset. But it shows the functionality of people actually talking to an AI agent and trying to go and find information. So we got it working in Lisa OS. So we hope to be able to launch that publicly in the next few weeks. And why would a DePIN do this? Why don't they just do it themselves? Why don't they just give access to their data themselves? Well, they could do, but they ultimately want to get to market faster, cheaper, and not have to do everything by themselves. There's a reason why things are done by organizations in a distributed way. And Neuron enables you to do things 20 times faster, 20 times cheaper, and access a much broader market. If a customer has to do an integration for every single data set, that can be very time consuming for AI agents to do this. So what we do is one integration for a customer enables universal access across all of the different data sets. So our go-to-market is really around scaling the supply side and demand side simultaneously here. So we're integrating with some DePIN networks, and we're trying to focus on those with edge compatibility rather than cloud-based integrations. But we're doing both at the moment. when we're going to be integrating the leading AI agent platforms, so the Elisa OSs, LangChains, Virtuals, and in the Hedera ecosystem, we've just been voted into the DAO for OpenConvAI, which is the up-and-coming multi-agent framework within the Hedera ecosystem. We've also got a very good relationship with all the drone delivery companies around the world. So Wing, we're actually in a project with them at the moment, working with them. Zipline, one of our guys actually still works for them. Manor live just over the pond from us in Ireland. So you can tell we're from London. And Amazon, we've got very, very strong links to as well. So that first flight tracking use case you saw at the beginning, we did quite well. We launched our testnet, and we ended up doing about 40 million transactions through the network in the last 12 months while we're on testnet. And that led to about 650K of sales through the network. And we've done about 2.7 million of government projects using the network. Government are really interested in this. This is cutting edge technology. This isn't something that's been done before. They're very, very interested. UKRI Research and Innovation Labs have been backing us very, very well. And we're integrated into soon to be 3 airports. We're already integrated into 1, but 2 more are now coming. They like telling their friends about us, so it's going to spread quite rapidly, we feel. And our customers are really around airports, drone operators, and traffic management systems. So that was with the first one, but we're now branched out into other use cases. So we have flight tracking data. We've now got high fidelity weather data that's brought into the system, mobile network data, and we've just integrated multi-agent platforms with OpenConvAI and Elisa OS. So what other solutions are out there for this? Well, you've got a few solutions. They tend to come into 2 groups. You've got on-chain solutions. Let's push all of the data on-chain and then consume the data from the chain. The problem with that is it's not very efficient. Blockchains aren't very efficient things. They're also relinquish some control from the data owner. You're having to put your data on-chain. And a lot of companies don't like the idea of that. Similarly, cloud systems, they're a bit more efficient. Certainly, they're not as efficient as connecting directly to the data, but they're more efficient than the blockchain. But then you're relinquishing all of your control away. You're having to basically trust that third party with your data. They could be scraping it, or they might lose it, or there might be a data breach or anything. Edge solutions are the only ones that provide high efficiency and full ownership control, which are really important for not just Web3 companies, but also Web2 companies who are very precious about their data. So we talked a lot about data. So the short term is really what, from a big vision perspective, we're trying to solve the perception problem. How do AI agents and machines perceive the world around us? So we're trying to enable AI agents to perceive the world. In the medium term, they need to then comprehend the world. Once you've got the perception, you need to comprehend it. And this is where agent-to-agent systems start coming in. Ultimately, one agent can do one thing, but if you have a team of agents, they can comprehend the world a lot better than a single agent. Longer term then, once you can comprehend the world, you can take action in the world. And this is where you can start integrating robots. And so when we start seeing the pathway of where this project is going, we perceive the world, we comprehend it, and then we take action through robots. And I think that pretty much sums up today's talk. Thanks very much for listening. Hopefully you enjoyed it. And if you've got any questions, I'd love to take them from you.
Thank you very much. I think we've got time for one question, because it's anybody have a question? Do we have a question before we go off next to Thomas? Question. Everyone understands this perfectly, it seems like. All right. Well, thank you very much, James. Appreciate it. Up next, we've got Thomas from Silencio. Come on up. Where are you? There he is. Welcome. Yeah, good to see you.
All good?
Yeah, here, your remote.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. Pleasure being here today, seeing also a lot of familiar faces.
Billions of dollars worth of data.
The video, the ones that are listening to it, maybe you're going to be able to hear it. Otherwise, I don't know where the technical team is, but if you could put the volume up, great.
Created every day. Data that is harvested and sold without our benefit or explicit consent.
No control.
No rewards.
No impact.
But not anymore.
It's time for Silencio. It's time for everyone to have the right to earn from their smartphone data on their terms, transparently and securely. Simply download the Silencio app, start measuring, and get rewarded. Your data is shared only with your permission, empowering us to build innovative datasets like the world's largest noise level map. Datasets that are redefining how we choose real estate, hotels, and restaurants, improving the quality of life for millions worldwide. Join hundreds of thousands already part of this new data-driven economy.
Take control.
Get rewarded. Make an impact.
Download Silencio now and start earning.
So we started Silencio with the focus on one mission. In fact, to try to solve and mitigate one of the biggest, let's say, unseen environmental problems of today, which is noise pollution. A problem that is causing the world GDP an impact in loss of almost $5 trillion a year. And a lot of people might think, where does this come from, right? And noise pollution is in fact responsible for making people suffer from chronic stress, chronic sleeplessness. All of this has an impact on healthcare, on how we perform on a day-to-day and in work. And as cities become crowded and crowded, and we expect, a large part of the world population to live in cities by 2050, noise pollution is on the rise, and this is something that we wanted to change. So we created a mobile-based DePIN that offers a frictionless experience where you're able to download it in a matter of seconds and become part of the DePIN revolution by acting as an entry door to DePIN, essentially, creating a very gamified app that would essentially give you the opportunity to contribute hyperlocal noise level data readings anywhere in the world. So the traction has really been amazing so far. We're very happy. So the app launched about 2 years ago. We just hit the 1 million user mark about 2 weeks ago. And if we would, let's say, line up all the data points from the H3 grid, so we measure on H13 level, this is more or less 44 square meters on average. If we would line up all the data we collected, we could go around the world 17 times. And our community is creating about 75,000 transactions on chain every day, mapping out more or less the size of Paris on a daily basis. So we're super thankful and grateful for this. And this really falls back to our ethics also behind of how we collect data, right? So our idea is to give you full control of your smartphone data in a transparent, anonymous, and secure way. This means that for every transaction that you conduct, there is a transaction on chain, and the consent that you provide to us is also on chain. So this guarantees that whenever we sell the data, this creates a premium that can be verified in terms of where the data originated and that it was ethically sourced at the same time. Now, what are the main use cases for the data that we have collected so far? So our community has created the largest data bank in the world for noise level data just after 2 years. And the applications are really astonishing. We are able to look at a hyperlocal level how real estate really compares to one another. We can identify different times of the day, different days of the week, what the sources of sound are. And we know that this data has the potential to start influencing real estate pricing worldwide. And thanks to computing efforts, we're able to fill in the gaps and be able to provide not only historic trends, but in the near future, even predictive analytics tools. And this means that we can already start creating sellable data products in almost every city worldwide, thanks to the community engagement. This is for Dubai, for example, where you can even see the data density. And with that, we can also create smart ways to gamify or incentivize people to measure the areas where data is needed most. Imagine you go to your next conference or your next year, Token 2049, and you want to find a quiet hotel where to stay. our data is giving you that utility today. So this is real utility you can access from a DePIN today. You can go on our browser and search for a quiet hotel. And inversely, let's say you guys want to go partying tonight or tomorrow after the conference ends and you want to look for a loud restaurant. I'm not going to be the one stopping you. It's about empowering people, right? To take the decisions that they want in their day-to-day life to improve their quality of life. So where is Silencio going next as a company? We started noticing already a year ago that we were creating as a positive externality a lot of interesting data. POI data, location data, and all of these data sets tapped into different data markets. Some of these have actually become cash cows for us as we progress our bigger vision, our vision of becoming, the biggest hub for any type of environmental data. Now, as you guys know, or maybe a lot of the people that are here today had already access to phones back in the 2000s. The first Nokias, Motorola's, they were black and white. You could just do basic functions like texting or calling. At least one of the best games like Snake was created back in the days. But then things progressed, right? Steve Jobs came along and all of a sudden we had location data, so GPS, we had HD cameras, we had fingerprint, and then came the 2020s. And phones progressed into having LiDAR technology, initial environmental sensors, and even face recognition. And today, phones are multi-sensor platforms. The opportunities are really becoming limitless, and as this technology progresses, so does the potential of these multi-sensor platforms. So we envision a very near future where the phones, these supercomputers, are going to be able to provide us with environmental quality data. So this could be not only noise pollution data, but air pollution data, light pollution data, for example. We're going to have live health signals. So this could be anything from, vital health signals, stress levels, behavioral data. How are your shopping trends? How is your mood today, right? What can we sell to you today based on your mood? And all of this has tremendous value. And if you're in this room here today, you're probably creating a 4-digit level of value for corporate companies, so for the Web 2 counterparts on a yearly basis. And for Silencio, we want to be able to derive this value back to the end user. So we see Silencio becoming kind of like the hub, the DePIN hub to commercialize any type of smartphone data. Like Amazon started with books, we started with noise level data, and now we are progressing our vision. And we have one advantage that maybe other DePINs that are tapping into niche mobile solutions do not have. We have a very increasing and engaging community of users that is proactively wanting to deliver their data and be able to transparently and securely being able to get rewarded for that. So we see the potential for Silencio to become a multi-mining platform, providing the opportunity for other DePINs to tap into our community and share the value together. Now today, we are creating our main revenue streams from data sales. We will be mentioning next month a couple of these companies as we initiate our buyback and burn strategy. Some of these logos are in here today. We also try to be creative about how to maximize the revenue that we create for the community. And this is why, I'm not a big fan of that, but we decided to create in-app ads as well. These are also creating a 5-digit monthly revenue for Silencio. In fact, we might be able to sustain operations just on ads by the middle of this year. This means that everything that comes, our main focus is actually everything that comes on top. And this for us is amazing because it means that we decouple ourselves from any type of necessity to have to sell tokens to maintain operations or any type of market swings, right? We become more of a Web 2.5 company and one that really can derive the full value back to its users. So we are giving back about 75% of the value back to the token holders. And as I was saying, we're going to initiate next month a double-digit buyback and burn. That is definitely going to be the start of much more to come. Now, to finalize with the team at Silencio, on the management side, we are co-founders that are very diversified. We come from having created exchanges that are used by more than 1 million users in Latin America on a daily basis. We come from having expertise in AI and Web3. And we come from actually being in the DePIN space since 2019. We created one of the largest first-generation DePIN deployment companies back in the days that really created a lot of learnings for us in terms of what we also wanted to do different today, right? Creating a free, frictionless experience for people to be able to partake in DePIN anywhere in the world. And if you consider that a good chunk of the world population lives on less than $4 a day, we can actually create an impact in their lives, right? And the first thing they buy is usually a smartphone before they buy a moped or a refrigerator, let's say. So this is where we see also a huge potential for Silencio to diversify its offerings, mostly also in emerging market economies. Now, on the scientific side, the integrity of our data was always extremely important from us from day one. So this is why we were able to focus on working together with university professors, advisors to European commissions, and probably one of the best group of people we could have found worldwide to target this topic. And as we progress, of course, we're going to be expanding our advisory team. So this is all from my side. I'm very happy to take any questions from the audience that you might have. And I thank you for your time.
There we go. I got the mic right here. One question. We got time for one question. Here we go.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So only question is, any data sharing that would be required on the Silencio app, which helps you match data and provide value to the customers, discounts and other stuff, and understand their behavior as well. That would be needed essentially to have an acceptance by the user who's essentially has the app and gives permission to it. So until and unless that happens, you'll not have the right data points or the data streamings with you can leverage to provide other offerings. How do you intend to solve that?
So sorry, it was acoustically a bit difficult to understand the question, but I got the last part. And our users give a consent for each data set that they provide, okay? So this means that you can always tap in, tap out. So legally speaking, we're completely GDPR compliant, and we really focus on targeting the strictest data, compliancy possible, because we know that as long as we uphold ourselves to those standards, the rest of the world is fine for us. We actually have a full-time lawyer in-house making sure that that happens. And this means that you have full ownership, right? We can delete your data at any time. If you gave consent on chain, this means that for the time where you gave that consent, it has been proactively commercialized, right? Once you tap out, you're out of the question, but then you don't get rewards. So it has to be a fair game for everyone.
Great. Well, listen, thank you, Thomas. Thomas, remote, thank you. Appreciate it. Well, let's give a round of applause for Thomas and Silencio. Thank you. Up next is me, Tom Trowbridge. I'm going to be talking, though, not about Fluence. I'm going to be talking about the token economics report about in the DePIN sector that I published not that long ago, just about a month ago. So let's dive into it if we can, and as soon as this is over. But I guess the real point is that we've seen a lot of research in DePIN, but most research has skirted around token economics. And I think that's a mistake, because token economics are what is going to make this industry soar. And getting it right is critical. And I think there's a lot of experiments out there, but it's also clear a couple compelling models. And I want to go into that in detail. And this is designed to provide a guide for projects and also for investors so they can evaluate and understand it. But the general thesis is that as DePIN accelerates, generates revenue, investors are going to put a lot of scrutiny on the token economics. So that's because you've heard me say this before, but DePIN is not a meme. And the revenue is going to make that very clear. there's no, by the way, on the token economic side, there's no one way projects describe it. It's in Twitter, it's in Telegram, it's on a website, it's in a white paper. There is no standard model for this, and that makes it hard to do this work. And I would ask every project to make it as simple as possible because it'll help you get investors. We've defined DePIN already, so we can skip that. These are the cloud versus digital DePINs. This is kind of important to mention in token economics because you've got different demands for a token, different uses of token, and main point here is trust is different. So the cloud DePINs need to generate trust because of what they're doing that normally would be provided by a reputation, a brand, and legal frameworks. The regular physical DePINs don't need that as much because it's actually the hardware is provided often by manufactured by the protocol. And so also the consequence of fraud is much less. If one camera or a couple cameras are doing fraudulent data, that doesn't really jeopardize the network. But if you're running a cloud DePIN and you are not serving a customer, that's a big deal. So these two things have very different requirements in terms of what the token can do and how it works, and the need for trust is a key piece of that. When talking about DePIN, I think the easiest way to explain this to the non-crypto world is to compare it to Airbnb and Uber. Right, these are two projects, two companies, huge companies that use crowdsourced infrastructure to provide a service. But there's very important differences. So let's look at those differences here. The main point, though, the first similar difference is Airbnb and Uber do not buy houses or cars, right? They leave that to the individuals. But that's pretty much where the difference ends. And the key piece here is that if you're an early Uber rider, you don't share in the success of Uber. Maybe you get more rides, maybe as it gets bigger and better known, but that's it. In crypto, if you're an early DePIN service provider, you get tokens. Those tokens should go up a lot in value. That's not possible in the traditional model. The other key model here I think is interesting is this marketing expense, right? These other Airbnb and Uber are consumer platforms. They have to spend billions to drive consumers. DePIN platforms are almost exclusively business-to-business platforms, or really consumer-to-business platforms. They don't need to market. They just need a BD team. So you have a massively different expense structure. And that is a huge, huge difference. So those are, I guess, the two critical pieces of this, is the ability to participate in the platform growth, and then also the much lighter capital requirements from the DePIN projects. Why is DePIN big now? There are these three building blocks which have all converged in the last couple of years to make it work. You have crypto economics, which has grown significantly. You have hardware pricing, which has fallen. And importantly, some hardware has come off of patent, which has actually enabled some of the services you see to be offered at a competitive level. Key piece of a Helium router came off of patent. If it was still in patent, the Helium router would cost 10 times what it does today. And then also open source software availability also gone dramatically up in the last kind of 5 years. So these three things together is what has made this industry possible. And I think that you got to sort of step back and realize why this is happening now. This is the value proposition for DePIN. And I've talked about this a little bit in my intro slide, but I want to talk about it, make sure people grasp it here, because these are a couple of projects you're going to hear from Spexi pretty short, right after lunch, actually. But you can see the value proposition, right? You're creating a better service at a cheaper price, and you're doing it with almost no capital expenditures. So that's very difficult to compete with from a centralized level. And the question then becomes, how do you monetize this? And just because you do that, that's great. But it has to flow to the token, or else someone else will do something very similar, because there's very little proprietary, right? The whole point is these are protocols, so they should be able to be copied by somebody else. So if you don't do a good job with your token economics, someone else is going to come along and do a better job and outcompete you pretty quickly. So how does this work? And so let's take a case study. Look at Geode. They hit an all-time high a couple of months ago. I think the only token to hit an all-time high recently. It's down a bit now, but it is the strongest performing token in the universe. And I think that is very important to figure out why. So let's look at what they do. First, the value proposition. Without value proposition, I don't think in DePIN you get anywhere. And they have double the coverage of the centralized competitors who have been around for a decade. So better coverage, cheaper price, revenue, which is great, and a huge market size that they're going after. All of that is good, but what really matters is the token economics. And this is a sports quote from a long time ago, but tokenomics isn't the only thing, isn't the thing, it's the only thing. And this gets back to why Geode is up, I believe, and I think others will see it, which is the buy-burn component. And you'll see that you have reward schedules which range significantly from different tokens. There's a whole number of different reward schedules, also hard to find out. But once you dig into it, you realize that the rewards are usually an arbitrary amount of tokens. I think that presents a problem over the long term, because an arbitrary amount of tokens means that the reward in dollar value can be super high or super low, depending on where the crypto market is. I don't think that's sustainable. And you'll see a little bit more about that in a second, because here you always are worried about what happens with a low token price. You also have problems with a high token price. And so what projects need to be thinking of is, in a low token price, how are my rewards valuable? Customers. For example, if the rewards are so high, they're just minting rewards, they may not actually care about doing the hard work to service customers. We've seen that with early projects. And then obviously, in a low token price, people just lose interest, turn it off, don't care, don't service it. So you actually are at risk at a DePIN project in either of these scenarios. And so there's an easy way to protect this, but very few projects have done so. And so what you should probably do is have your rewards linked to fiat. And if it's a fiat link reward, you're invulnerable to these token price swings. And people are joining your ecosystem because they have certainty with what value they're going to get. That is very important. It also makes them predictable, dependable, and you get a different type of provider. Also important, you should price the system in fiat. If you price it just in tokens, customers can't budget. If it costs 100 tokens for something, a customer that wants to budget out for 2 years or 6 months can never budget what the actual service will cost. So service should cost something in fiat, and maybe it's paid in tokens, great, but it has to have a fiat price or you're not going to get adoption. And so this goes back to what the token economies are, the scarcity, and how you drive this token price. And so for the physical DePINs, they're generating revenue. Buy burn is the clear way to have that revenue flow to the token. They take the revenue, and as you heard Thomas say, they buy burn about 75% of that revenue and take the token and buy it. For the marketplace, which are more of the cloud DePINs, that's usually demand comes from staking. And as that cloud grows, the more devices added to the network, the more stake is required, the more tokens are locked up. Those are the two kind of most compelling uses for the token. And if you look at that, you will see that, here's a couple of examples of why of projects that do buy burn and how it works. And if you think about it, if you have a project that has a high buy burn, you have no need for anyone else to ever discover your project, right? If you're generating millions of dollars in revenue and it's growing, you are buying your token, you're burning it, and you don't need to market it. You don't have to worry about being the next hot thing because your project is just out there doing it. As an investor in that project, if you make the right call and that project is actually generating and growing revenue, you don't have to spend the time marketing it because you're the demand for that token. And I think that is going to be that's going to become very clear. It's already clear with Geode. It's going to become clearer later on. And if you look, this is a graph of buy-burn ratios at a number of projects that have tokens outstanding. And you can see that a couple are incredibly high. And anything less than 100 starts to diverge from the team and the token holders. And you want to be as aligned between the team and token holders as you possibly can. And so I think that the very high level is where you want to be on this map. Some of these are a little bit arbitrary. Grass, for example, I don't think they've actually announced what that number is going to be. So I think that's sort of a guess. But Geode is at 80% or even higher. Glow and Render are very high. And so again, the revenue has to scale for this to be relevant. But as it scales, you're going to see, I think, a big differentiation. And as a thought experiment, the other thing to think about here is there's projects that claim a lot of revenue. If they claim revenue and it's not a buy burn, how do you know to trust it? Think about all the fraud we've seen in crypto so far, right? This is a hot space. People want to be hot in it, and they're going to make lots of revenue claims. There's no auditors. There's no SEC, and there is no regulatory body to ever validate or verify any of this revenue, right? So how do you verify it? This is the only way, by buy burn. And so if two projects each claim to have 10 million revenue and one burns 8 million, and the other burns 1 million, I think you're going to trust the one that burned 8 million transparently a lot more than the other one, which claimed 10 million bucks in revenue and just burned 1 million. Because how do you know? So on-chain revenue and on-chain buy burn is what is going to actually make this industry trusted. And I'm going to say, to be clear, I expect there to be some level of exaggeration in revenue. It's happened all over crypto. It will happen here. This is the way we actually jump over that and become more trusted even than audited companies, right? If you have a transparent buy burn, you're even more trusted than an auditor, I would believe. So the next is the cloud DePINs. So I've mentioned this briefly, but as they scale, you need more stake, right? So as you add servers for storage, as you add servers for compute, as you add servers for rendering, usually if your stake goes up by every server added, you should increase the lockup of your token. You should increase the scarcity of that token, and that should drive token value as well. This is more appropriate for marketplaces that don't generate nearly the revenue that the physical DePINs do, because the revenue is generally going to the actual providers themselves. But that's the way we see this sort of cloud DePIN generating value and generating token demand. And you've seen it with these projects here. And so this is, I think, also an important point about stake. Early crypto cloud projects required the provider to stake. This was when all the hardware was generally retail hardware. You put your computer on, you put your Wi-Fi network on. Going forward, we want, I think, as an industry, to have the most institutional providers possible. And many of them are not familiar, don't understand tokens, and don't want the cost of staking tokens. So we think investors should be able to stake. Early DePIN networks don't really allow investors to stake. There are some services which have come online to provide that, which is good. It comes at a cost. So you lower costs if you have investors able to stake, and you increase the ability for institutional providers to provide that service. And so, for example, this is just mentioning Fluence here for a second. We require our stake in dollars, and it's $12,000 per CPU. And so to think of that in scale, there are 600 hyperscaler data centers in the world. Each one has about 50,000 servers. When we get to the level of one of those data centers, it will require 600 million of FLT to be staked, right? That's way more than our fully diluted market cap right now, right? So if you want to turn on servers, you want to earn revenue from those servers, people are going to have to buy this token to stake it. That should have a powerful impact as we scale to this. Now, the scale is not happening imminently. We're making progress towards it, but this is how we think about it and the goal that we're shooting towards. Another point on rewards is that when you have rewards that you have to pay to a large number of consumers, it's never going to be enough to make it super exciting for each person. If you're selling your audio data or your phone data, it's never going to be enough money value-wise to be interesting. So we see a lot of projects implement lotteries. And so if you're providing service for some period of time, you're entered into a lottery. That lottery gives you a chance to win something big. And that's an interesting gamification that actually keeps people interested despite the low value that they're receiving. And so this is the way we think of the winning model for DePIN token economics, right? You want to accept revenue in fiat, have a fiat front end. You want to have customers, and you want to have, either stake or you want to have buy burn, and you want to have a fiat linked reward so that your providers have more certainty with the rewards that they're getting. And I also think I should add on to this, frankly, that the lottery reward for consumer oriented DePIN providers also makes a ton of sense. So those I think are the kind of the key business model, and also keeping that marketing expense low is critical. I don't think any DePIN is going to become close to the Airbnb and Uber marketing expense, and they don't need to. Governance, also very important. These are kind of three of the oldest DePIN projects with very active on-chain governance. I think the newer generation is less decentralized, for better or worse. I think that will help us get more scale faster, but this is a great model. I mean, Helium has passed 130 proposals and done some very complicated network changes. Akash has done a lot of work through the decentralized protocol. So I think the decentralized governance can work. These projects show it works, and I hope DePIN projects now, which tend to be more centralized from a governance perspective, will take lessons from this and learn this, and I think ultimately need to be that way in order to be successful from a securities perspective. Overall, I think this is a success formula. And, we think about this is like, what's a big market? Cloud is a big market. Telco is a big market, right? There's a lot of big markets that DePIN is targeting. And there are also a lot of unhappy customers in those markets, whether it's cloud or telco. So if you add those two things together with a live network product and token economics, you're going to have a high value. And I think that's what we're all looking forward to. And I think that you're going to see that, resilient networks with lower cost. This is the formula for success, which is coming very soon. So ultimately, it wins because you've got great service with token economics, and you end up with the next generation of crypto. And if you think about this back to the first slide I mentioned, one of the first slides, think about each of these trends. Where are each of these trends going? This token market, this is only going one way. It's only getting bigger, right? This is only getting larger. Where is software availability and maturity? Only getting bigger and more mature. How's hardware pricing? Only going down, right? So if you think fast forward 5 years, everything that took DePIN to where it is today is only going to be further, right? So the DePIN outlook is fabulous, right? We've got to where we are today, and each of these trends, which DePIN relies on, are only going in one direction. So this is a powerful combination, and we're in a perfect place for this to scale. So if you want to read more about the detail and about token economics in the DePIN sector, please take a look at this report, and please send me comments, send me questions, so I can do a better one next time. So hopefully this is useful. Thanks everybody for coming. Appreciate it. And who do we have next? I'm not sure if we have a break. We have a panel now. We have a panel. So who's coming up on this panel? Come on up. Evgeny, I know you're on it. And we've got Marcus and Sebastian and Christian. And Clement is moderating. Come on up. How are you, Clement? Good. Take the mic.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Sebastian.
Have a seat. Sorry, guys. Clement. Marcus. Clement. I'll be there. Let's try to put yourself where all you belong. It will be easier. I think it will be easier for everyone. Perfect. All right. Check, check. Hey, hey, hey. So we are starting this first panel today. My name is Clément and I'm the CMO, of Aleph Cloud. Sorry, it's a bit noisy, so if you can join up or stay a bit quiet. Thank you very much. And today I'm super happy to host this panel with Marcus Levin, is it correct? From XYO, Evgeny from Fluence, Sebastian from ICN, and Christian from Accurist. So this panel, as you can guess, is mostly about DePIN, and I would like you guys to very simply introduce yourself, what you do, and under what kind of category does your company belong. So Marcus, please, if you want to start.
I'm learning about mics. Someone should do DePIN mics. Hi guys, I'm Marcus. I'm one of the co-founders at XYO. We are the first and original DePIN. We launched in 2018. We started with proof of location, so we realized location gets easily spoofed or hacked, right? You can download DePIN spoofing up and pretend that you are in Istanbul. Right now we're actually in Dubai. That's a problem for the economy of the future, but also for most apps on your phone. And we solved that through IoT devices and the network. And so we expanded on that and built now a data collection and verification and validation network. And we basically connect real-world data with blockchain, and also we provide proof of location to like DePINs, RWAs, and other things. We have more than 8 million nodes globally, and makes us also one of the largest DePINs, and more revenue than Filecoin, and audited financials, so we can prove it all as well.
Thank you, Marcus. Evgeny, please.
Hi everyone.
Could we have more? Could you pop up a bit the volume, please? We can't hear ourselves. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. You can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Evgeny, co-founder of Fluence. At Fluence, we are building cloudless computing platform or decentralized computing platform, which essentially I explain usually as like Uber for compute or Airbnb for compute, which means that we aggregating compute power, like compute capacity hardware from multiple providers in many data centers in the world. And then we provide cloud services on top of it. And the main use case in Web3 is essentially we are providing infra for running nodes. Essentially, you can, every Web3 protocol has nodes. Nodes need to run on some hardware on some servers. So we provide infra to run nodes. And we, laying towards AI as well, and onboarding Web2 market, because cloud market is heavily about Web2 enterprises. They create like most of revenue for compute.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Hi everyone. My name is Sebastian. I'm part of Impossible Cloud Network. We're close to 70 people. We have almost 5 million recurring revenue annually. And what we do is we build the foundational layer, what we call for the next-gen internet. What does it mean? We call this the evolution of the cloud. It's permissionless, truly open for everyone to contribute. What makes us different, I think, is that we come from the demand side. So we built the first product market fit, and we want to do a multi-service offering after our launch soon.
Thank you. And Christian, please.
Hey, everybody. Hope you can hear me. I'm Christian Killer. Don't worry about the name. It's not dangerous. It's just a Swiss name. I previously have a PhD in blockchain voting and cryptography, and I realized for myself that the main issue we have is the infrastructure we run our protocols on. You can do a lot of cryptography, but at the end of the day, if the infrastructure is bogus, it doesn't help. So we are Accurist, the decentralized serverless cloud that is running on phones. We realized that phones have superior hardware. They're decentralized by design, secure by design. So And also what differentiates us is that you actually can verify the compute that it actually exists, because we bootstrap a trusted execution environment, and you can check and also confidentially encrypt any compute and also verify whether it was executed on a specific device. I think this is the gist of it.
Okay, thank you very much. Before we start with the question, well, it's a question, but before we go deep down with the main topic, I just want you guys to the most simplest way, give me an answer to what is verified compute. What do you understand? What do you mean by verified compute? Marcus?
Yeah, I'm not part of the cloud people here, but for me, verified compute is it's all in the name. it's a verification of compute power, and that it's trustless in a way.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I realized that if you put headphones on, you can hear each other really good.
We need the headsets.
It's there.
Oh, okay.
If we can get it, if you need it, because it's actually I can hear you well.
or maybe we can increase the volume, or everybody can be a little quieter.
Oh, they will not. It's impossible. All right. Anyway, compute verification means usually it's about execution, right? And the question came from when people started talking about blockchain, invented blockchain, and said, okay, we're gonna repeat the same computation on multiple machines, and we will do consensus on the computation result. We will call it verification, but you can do verification in a bunch of different ways. You can do with zero knowledge proofs. You can do with trusted execution environments. You can do with just a less resistant algorithms than modern consensus algorithms. And for example, in our network, what we also verify is the capacity, the compute capacity itself. Like whenever providers connect their hardware to a network, there's a cryptoeconomics algorithm that proves that they have these compute devices available and at certain performance. So this is also kind of verification. So yeah.
Okay. And please, Sebastian.
Same question?
Yeah, I just want you to because you're a cloud provider. I know we have two companies that are not cloud providers, but just how do you define the verify? I mean, how to verify computation, whether it is online or offline?
Yeah, I mean, we could go in on a technical level here, but I'm not sure it's relevant for everybody.
No.
I think at the end of the day, what people want when they use a service is to trust that service. Yeah, that's what everybody wants. If you're a customer of whatever you buy something, you want to make sure that that is actually delivered to you properly, right? That's where I think the goal lies. Now, how you get there, I think, is different ways to achieve it. As mentioned, you can do a technical level, like ZK technology, for instance. There's other ones. At the end of the day, for us, how we resolve this is several elements. Should I touch upon these elements? Because you mentioned it's to keep it short. I'll try to keep it brief. So essentially, we do three things, right? So first of all, we are very picky with the hardware that we actually onboard. Why? Because we think that at least in the current stage, Web3 promises are not fully delivering on the vision yet, right? So what do I mean by this? We have enterprises using our services, and these enterprises rely when they store the data with us. They actually rely on us delivering certain SLAs, the typical Web2 KPIs, if you will. Now, how do we make that happen? We essentially have hardware providers in co-located data centers with said certification and SLAs, right? The second thing we do is we use typical collateral, if you will, which then gets slashed if you don't deliver that service. Then we have a third element, which actually puts transparency in all of that. We call these hypernodes, which essentially ensure that whatever service we promise to deliver is actually delivered. And with those three elements, we, at least for now, achieve said trust in the beginning that I mentioned. So again, where does the customer come from? They want to have that product or service delivered, and that's how we achieve that.
All right, and please, Marcus. No, sorry, Christian.
Call me whatever you want.
Killer, is it killer fine?
It's fine. So I think I understood your point, but I'm going to disagree. Because I think the whole point of blockchains and DePINs originally was to be trustless, right? I know this word has been thrown around a lot, but at the end of the day, you want to build cryptographic systems that can be verified, right? Once you have this in place, you go down one layer and you find the infrastructure, and then you want to verify the infrastructure. Once you have reached that point, you basically can, the whole chain of interaction or transactions can be verified. And at this point, you have reached a trustless system that can be used by anyone permissionlessly, right? I think this is what verified compute is about. It doesn't matter how you implement it. I think on the technical side, ZKP is currently very complex, very hard to implement, not suitable for all the use cases. Trusted executions environment, of course, you have the trust root of the hardware provider, but at the end of the day, it's the most pragmatic way that we choose as well to achieve a working system with what we have available on planet Earth. So I think I disagree. Of course, B2B speak, it means you have to trust the service, but I disagree on the technical side that it needs to be trustless at the end of the day, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so that sets the base for my very first question then. What standards are emerging to validate the compute and data integrity in DePIN? You can't hear me. Oh yeah, I can repeat the question. Yes, what standards are emerging to validate compute and data integrity in DePIN networks?
You mean like formal standards or?
Yes, or new standard. It could be like, for example, the ZK-TEE, which one between all of them might be the best, because today everyone is rooting for its own services, whether it is MPC, whether it is TEE, whether it is ZK, etc., etc.
I think people throw around these terms a lot, like ZKP, homomorphic encryption, MPC, whatever. But at the end of the day, it's an algorithm or a cryptographic protocol that has different parties, right? And depending on the context and the use case, a specific standard makes a lot of sense. So it would have to be boiled down to a specific interaction or context that we could really say one standard emerges. And in my opinion, also one of huge issue in ZKP right now, or in all these cryptographic algorithms, is that even if you have a new paper or an algorithm that supposedly should be a standard, it's all very novel. You might not have multiple implementations that you can cross-check. Even if you have one audit, if it's not formally verified, you just trust the code, right? So I think we're still very early to say that there's a standard way, except standard cryptographic primitives that we already have. I don't know, maybe somebody else has a different opinion on that. But
yeah, I think technologically, most of protocols in Web3 and DePIN right now just use TEE, like a trust execution environment. Yes. Because that's the easiest solution. You just take a piece of hardware, and it's sort of secure. But the problem is it's still centralized, right? So there's a Intel or AMD who you trust, and they may sort of, if their key generation algorithm or key allocation algorithm is broken, then potentially what you run in there can be tempered. But overall, this is good enough solution. It even happens now in centralized clouds, for example. They build this product called confidential computing, which is essentially they run TEs, devices, TE servers. Yeah. And a lot of customers just want to switch from simple computing to confidential computing, because they want more security around their data, like business operations and so on.
Yeah, there is a good comment. Sorry, Marcus, you wanted to? Please.
Yeah, I think you have to look at it from a broader side as well. It's not just the technical things, but a lot of DePIN data actually is not true, right? Because they're incentivized to increase the number of data or transactions, right? Because that looks good, right? And that increases the value of the token. So I think it's important that data is validated and verified. And the way we do that, for example, is we have something we call proof of origin, where we're able to say, okay, a data point was generated on a temperature sensor, let's say, and then saved into a IPFS database and then put it in a smart contract, and we tangle it along the way and are able to prove where the data came from. And for example, we realize that a lot of DePINs were off the coast of West Africa, in coordinate 00. They had like their weather stations or their other sensors. They were in the middle of the ocean. And I think we have to solve this, right, and to make DePIN and the data of DePIN trustworthy. We need to establish protocols to prove that the data is still correct. Because if there's too much bad data, right, then the community will not trust DePIN, and that's bad for all of us.
All right. I just wanted to bounce on your comment when you said that at some points using TE is centralized. You mentioned like NVIDIA, all the hardware components, but so far, none of us here have the opportunity to use anything else. We still need to rely on this kind of hardware technology, right?
Yeah, we're still waiting for open source chips, like TE chips. Still waiting. Please, someone build it.
Yeah, if someone is building that, you might have a lot of clients here. So we don't have a lot of time.
That's a global supply chain issue with TSMC and all the chip providers being super centralized. So at the end of the day, sorry to interrupt, but with phones you can sort of mitigate this issue because you have different heterogeneous phones, right? Of course, the chip inside sometimes is homogeneous in terms of the provider, but at the end of the day, that's a bit how you can mitigate this issue, I would say.
Well, it works for certain use cases, but you still vast majority of compute and storage happens in the cloud somewhere with a good connectivity, powerful servers. So like. You cannot do everything.
I can also tackle that back because you can, with USB-C, achieve basically enough throughput if you daisy chain together a lot of phones to a cluster and then attach it to a fiber line, then you have a small data center. It's technically feasible.
I would love to see benchmarks. Honestly.
Yeah, let's see in the next few months.
Okay. Let's circle back to the main topic. We don't have a lot of time, so I just like to talk about two things. The first one is regarding the tokenomics of DePIN. They're like different kind of tokenomics, but some might be more sustainable than others. And the other one is regarding AI storage, like all the products that first.
economics, maybe to also touch upon your second question, is by having two components, right? So essentially we have a base reward, which anybody gets if they commit hardware to our network. And then number two is a dynamic reward for utilization. So what this does over time, it has a thriving ecosystem of valuable hardware commitments only, because customers will automatically only use over time in economical sense, they will only use those that are most according to the needs that they have, meaning only those will survive over time because they're going to get the best rewards out of the system.
Thanks. I'm just gonna piggyback on the decentralized versus distributed part. I think distributed means you have one central authority that distributes something, and decentralized actually means you have n parties that have n different entities, right? So I think this is the main difference between having a distributed system and a decentralized system, and which is blockchain, what it's all about, right? So, and also on the other thing, I completely agree with the edge part. So that's one huge opportunity, especially now in the growing stage of DePIN, to sort of plug in there. Yeah.
I also agree locations matter a lot. So there's a bunch of use cases where the more locations you have, the better product or service you can provide, like gaming, video streaming, like all this, like video calls. That's what DePIN provides essentially. Then also like a higher cost efficiency. Like for example, in our case, we make sure that the protocol doesn't take margin, and then essentially customer get for the cloud, for the compute customer get the price, which is sort of for provider is like a 2-3 years break even for hardware. So it makes the price really lowest across everything. Like it's lower than Hetzner, and Hetzner, if you know cloud business, it's like one of the cheapest cloud providers. So, and that's possible only with DePIN, because now you have this neutral blockchain managed by the DAO with no shareholders, no need to extract value for like those who hold equity in the company. And that's why you can really have efficient economics and provide best price. So DePIN gives it.
Okay. So my very last question will be about sustainable tokenomics. We all run projects that rely on tokens that either pay for services or reward the stakers, the stakeholders, etc., etc. But I do think that, for example, the tokenomics for our token could be improved on different kind of levels. And I would like to ask each one of you and I think you all have like probably different kind of answer to this question. What would be the most sustainable tokenomics regarding decentralized compute or DePIN in general? Because I know that not all of you are really into cloud computing. Marcus?
Yeah, so I disagree with what Tom said earlier, that you should buy back and burn 100% of your tokens. I think sustainable economics also makes sure that your operations can run, because if you use 100% of your revenue to buy and burn the tokens, then in the end you just rely on your token supply again, and the DePIN part becomes less relevant. And I think the great thing about DePIN is it has this longevity. As you see with us, we're around for 7 years, and we burned 86% of the total supply of the token over time. So we burned a lot, but I don't think you should burn 100%. And I think it's important, of course, that in our case, for example, we have tokenomics where we have a buyback and burn component, and we have a new staking and slashing, and we're going to launch a new one later this quarter, and a new token, and there's lots of burning based on transactions and revenue and so on. But I think it's important also that your ecosystem and your company can thrive, and so that you not burn 100%.
Again, I would add that important component in token economics is to have the utility for the token for wide amount of people to participate, and I feel that they are contributing somehow to your protocol by holding or a staking or doing something with the token. And that's important because you can build the tokenomics targeted for that would only be interesting for big funds, and that's fine. But then all of this, if we speak about a crowdsourcing resources and all of this projects that built around the narratives of collaboration and sort of sharing economies, which kind of DePIN is. It's important to have the involvement of a huge amount of people into the token economics.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think I mentioned a couple of aspects already. Maybe also providing a new insight. Also, we can have different views on this, right? So it depends on the perspective of where you're coming from. Maybe if we take a step back, it's not only about who you give the tokens out to, it's also, okay, how is the token coming in? Like, where's the buy pressure? Where is people actually buying the token, and not necessarily only for speculative purposes, but actually using the service, right? I think that's usually not the main aspect that's being looked at, but it's being overlooked, right? So that's why I think that, at least from our perspective, it's okay, how can we offer the best service to the customer that brings a lot of buy pressure? Then how you give out those tokens too, I think that's, there's different approaches to this. As mentioned before, we have this dynamic component, which over time incentivizes the best hardware to be on the network. And again, it's taking a step back, okay, where's the buy pressure coming from? That's also something that you should focus on in all of your tokenomics approach.
I completely agree. And I think the main goal should be in the beginning, especially, to build a community that then contributes to the DAO, that then has the best interest of the protocol in mind, so that you don't have to orchestrate everything centrally, right? So at the end of the day, I think this is the key thing, to have tokenomics evolving over time, and then doesn't matter the burn rate, it's really specific to the project, right?
Okay, this is a yes or no question before we go for the break. Do you think that, for example, your token, each one of you, could be replaced or used at the same time with a stable coin for the products, to pay for the products, for example?
No.
No.
We already have stablecoin. You pay with stablecoin for the cloud, and you stake FLT
Okay.
to secure compute.
Marcus?
I have to think about it.
I mean, the stable coins always play an important role, but replacing it, I mean, of course, you can just call it tokenomics at the end of the day, whether there's a token or not, but
yes
the
or no?
mechanism needs to be there. No.
Okay. So we have one yes that it can be used with. I mean, not fully replaced. So we have one yes, no, and
maybe.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's a wrap, and it's time for the break. So thanks a lot. Et bon appétit, and see you later for the other talk. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. For the next speakers.
All right, we've got a 10-minute break. So for everybody who needs a break, we've got 10 minutes for a break before we have Alex talk about Spexi, which is a super exciting project about to launch a token coming up. So let's get ready for that.
All right, everybody, break is over. That means it's time to try to lower the volume here, all right? We do have lunch coming. Lunch will happen. People will be around. You will not lose this person talking, so you will have a chance. So let's try to lower the volume a little bit, or else this volume is a little loud. All right? Lower the volume. A little bit lower. A little bit. All right. We're thrilled to introduce Alec, who is co-founder of Spexi, which is a 3D company that grows. I think you're going to find it really interesting. We haven't heard about it. Pay attention. Let's have a round of applause for Alex, and let's try to keep this volume down, or we're going to probably be a lot louder. Thank you. Welcome, Alex. Louder. Cool. Hi, everyone.
Thanks for having me, Fluence, and it's great to be here. My name's Alec. I'm the COO of Spexi, and we are the largest decentralized aerial intelligence network on Earth. So the market for geospatial data is massive, and it's growing at crazy scales. A lot of this has to do with AI and the next generation of spatial AI, but also more mundane applications like Google Maps and Google Earth, and insurance companies and construction companies all consume geospatial data to make better decisions. But the problem is that they use shitty data. They use satellite data, and satellite data sucks. When you zoom in to the best satellite imagery available, that's what you see. Pixels. This is not sufficient for the next generation of applications. Whether it be spatial AI, metaverse, AR, VR, or more traditional applications like autonomous vehicles, we need better data. Drones produce great data. Very, very detailed images, much higher resolution than satellites. But traditionally, they've been very hard to scale because they're fragmented. There's lots of different types of drones out there, lots of different data types. There's not been an effort to standardize drones. This is what we do. We standardize drones. So we take off-the-shelf drones using our software, and we coordinate them using our hexagon system, which produces imagery for customers. Drone pilots download our mobile application, connects to their drone that they already have, mostly DJI right now because it's the largest drone company in the world. And they image cities with hexes at remarkable speeds, producing data that is 900 times more detailed than satellites, 200 times faster than fixed-wing aircraft, and 50 times cheaper than the next best data source. Net new data that our network produces, net new data. This opens up a lot of conversations with our customers. So how does it work? We overlay areas of Earth that need to be flown with hexagons. We call them spexagons. That's what it looks like on the mobile application when it's connected to a drone controller. Pilots get close to those hexagons on Earth, and they simply hit the fly button. The drone then autonomously lifts to 80 meters above ground, and it images the hex in a completely standardized way using autopilot software. So the drone pilots aren't really flying. They're just monitoring the airspace for safety. And it takes about 7 minutes to fly a hex, producing super standardized, ultra high resolution imagery. So compared to satellites, this is the kind of detail we can get to, sub 3 centimeters across the entire world. This moves heads for our customers. Previously not possible until this network. So we launched the testnet last year in North America, and we saw incredible results. Over 100,000 flights representing 11,800 flight hours or 1.35 flight years of constant time of drones in the air. We've imaged over 3 million acres in North America, over the biggest cities in North America. And we have just over 3,000 pilots on the network today. We've also been working hard on the demand side, which is the most important part of DePIN. Since we launched the testnet in 2024, we've already done 7 figures. And we've got an incredible pipeline with some of the biggest mapping and geospatial companies in the world because they need this data. They don't just want it, they need it. Here's an example. This is spatial AI. So this is taking Gaussian splats of a spexagon and taking that imagery. For specifically, this is for an AR/VR application. But this data, this is Leicester Square in London, by the way. It's the most detailed data that's ever existed over these cities. And so some of the customers you can see down there we are working with to help get this data into their hands. So like I said, we've been heads down, building, taking our time, not launching a token yet. But it's time to pour some gas on the fire. Woohoo! So we just announced the creation of the Layer Drone Foundation and the Layer Drone Network. Spexi's been building, like I said, for quite some time, since 2022 in this space, and we've been patient. We haven't launched a token yet. We've been working on the supply and demand side of this network, trying to get PMF and balance the network as best we can while generating revenue. We've spun out the Web3 and crypto parts stacks of our company into Layer Drone, which is a not-for-profit foundation that has plans to launch a token in the next 6 or so months. Our applications at Spexi will adopt that token to power the network moving forward. So at a high level, the protocol will include the missions that the pilots fly. All the data will live in the protocol, data verification and the governance, and pilots will earn crypto for contributing. Data customers, of course, in order to access it, will need to pay in crypto, which initially will be facilitated through Spexi. However, in the future, you'll be able to buy data directly from the protocol. So at a high level, the Layer Drone protocol is governed by the foundation, and we are over here, Spexi, as the value-added provider. So we're buying data from the protocol and selling it to our customers that we already have as the primary way to monetize Layer Drone's data. However, in the future, like I said, we hope to see many value-added providers. It's Layer Drone's hope that there's many Spexis that want to consume its data. One of the things we think about is expansion. We think about it a lot. And expanding too quickly can kill your network because crypto is not free and there's no free lunch. You need to have enough demand to balance the supply side. So as we start, we're going to continue with demand-led expansion while also introducing supply-led expansion. But once we get to this equilibrium, we expect to see much more demand-led expansion than supply-led expansion. This is really important. So our applications that are out now, if you've flown with us before, you know Spexi. This looks similar, but will be powered by Layer Drone in the not too distant future. So things will change a little bit. And there's a points campaign that Layer Drone just launched. So if you want to get involved, there's 2 ways. The first is to fly on the network, and you'll earn reputation points as well as cash. Pilots have been earning cash on the network since we launched last year. But you can also earn experience points, and that's for everybody. You can come in and do some social questing, get involved in the community, and you don't need a drone for that. Anyone can participate. So we'd love to see you guys there. This is how you get involved with us, spexi.com, layerdrone.org. It's a really exciting time for us, and Layer Drone's going to announce a lot more about its tokenomics and a lot to do with the buy and burn that Tom has been talking about. And you know, we're doing something interesting with our tokenomics that we think is going to be somewhat unique, where revenue coming in from the customer side will be used by the foundation to either buy back tokens from the market and burn those tokens, or depending on the health of the treasury, buy back the tokens and sink them to fund future expansion. But either way, taking tokens off the market relative to the revenue that Layer Drone is consuming. So that is it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Alex. You time for a question?
Yeah, for sure.
So I think we've got time for a question. Yeah, shoot. Here, hold on. Let me give you the mic.
How do you handle situations where I can't fly my drone in Manhattan or LA?
Yeah, good question. Drones don't fly everywhere. It's a reality of drones, but you'd be surprised. Often drone rules have been written in the past and they're not so fit for purpose anymore. And drone pilots are very creative, especially when there's incentives. And so we're flying in Manhattan right now, actually, in the lower boroughs. There's Spexigons there. Yeah, drone pilots can get different kinds of permissions. We're in LA too. We're in basically every major city in the United States right now.
Any other questions? We have. Oh boy, look at all these questions. All right, here we go. One more.
Are you guys building an independent layer 1? Is this going to live on an L2 stack? What's going to happen?
It's going to launch on base.
All right, hold on. Last question, front row. Oh, hello, Manos.
Hi, do you see any major changes when it comes to AI being used on sub 250 grams drones?
Sorry, can you repeat that, Manos?
Do you see any major changes in the industry when the industry combines AI with drones that are below 250 grams?
Right.
For you, changes for you guys as well.
Yeah, I mean, drones are increasing in quality and lowering in price roughly at the speed of cell phones. So we expect to see a lot of innovation. And so right now, that's a good question, right? Right now, the drone operates in visual line of sight. So the pilots have to be close to where the drone's flying so they can monitor the airspace for safety. Should they need to take control of the drone at any given time, they can to avoid some kind of a conflict and bring the drone back into normal piloting. However, we believe very soon regulation is going to adopt a more autonomous version of that so that you'll basically have a drone in a box and it'll take off and do its imaging and come back and recharge and you won't have to do anything about it. And the network will be ready to adopt that once the regulations support it.
You mentioned about the correlation between Spexi and Layer Drone and launching Layer Drone as well. Now, how does this correlation follows and trickles down to XP and RP that you just mentioned?
Good question. So these are all Layer Drone initiatives. So you can earn RP by flying on Spexi's applications, but Layer Drone is managing the points. And so you have to fly to earn RPs, and you can go to layerdrone.org to learn more about XPs, and you can get involved with that in any way you want. RPs are much more valuable to the network, though, so they will have a higher weight.
Great, thank you. Any other questions while we've got Alex up here? Any more questions? Good. All right. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Talk soon.
Big round of applause for Alex. And now we have John from Beamable coming up. John, welcome to DePIN Day again. A repeat presenter.
Everybody, how are you? Losing my voice a little bit, which I guess is a badge of honor here at Token after a few days. But so hopefully you sound okay. Anyone here play video games? Thanks. There's like 2 or 3 players of video games in the room. I don't believe that for a second, but we'll go with it. So I'm going to tell you about a DePIN for gaming infrastructure. So let's see if this clicker works. There we go. So I'm hoping to tell you not only about our DePIN, but maybe you'll learn a few things about gaming that you didn't know. So first of all, gaming is the largest media category of our time by far. It's about a $200 billion a year industry, and it has very unique compute requirements. Typically, these nodes are better if they're closer to the edge in terms of the user experience. They're stateful instead of stateless transactions. They have to maintain entire worlds. They've got a lot of complexity to these systems. It's also important when we talk about games today that I'm not talking about only Web3 games. You hear a Token, you probably heard about Web3 games over and over and over again, and many of you are probably still wondering, when's the big Web3 game going to be? Well, we have a few of those building on us, and I'm bullish for them. But the important thing to note is most of that $200 billion industry is still Web 2, and it's going to be Web 2 for a while. the DePIN network that we're building satisfies the need in that market. So it's a very unique approach to Web3 as it's applied to gaming, which is that you don't have to change your business model to use the DePIN that we're building. You just want to have access to more economic servers. All right, so games are spending a ton of money. Beamable is already a platform that people are using in their games. So I think also, as you've looked at DePIN, there's a lot of projects out there that are purely aspirational. Beamable already has over 100 games that are live on the platform today, generating revenue. We're talking about a couple million users interacting with the games that we're running. Again, mostly Web 2 traffic, right? Really unique aspect here in that we're going to be onboarding the proverbial game developers to Web 3, not by changing their business model, but by just giving them infrastructure that works better than the alternative. A third aspect of what I'll be talking about is we're building an ecosystem. The thing with games is that they have so many specialized requirements, and all this development on the back end has largely happened within silos. A silo within Amazon, for example, GameSparks, which is a now defunct platform, or a silo inside Microsoft Azure with the technology they call PlayFab. So game developers are forced to choose things that exist within specific siloed cloud providers. Whereas if you open it up with DePIN, we see a huge opportunity not only to get them access to more economic infrastructure, but one that is unified by a set of software that is interoperable across this entire universe. And I'll talk about that as well. We're also getting tons of social traction, attracted a huge number of bots as well, which I'd hope will go away. But we've got a lot of people have gotten interested in this since we launched it just at ETH Denver. Hundreds of thousands of wallets already registered. So I'll tell you a little bit more about gaming. So I mentioned it's a $200 billion a year industry, but the part that is relevant to you as people interested in DePIN is how much of that money goes back out the door in the form of game servers, online systems, all of the spending associated with the back end or cloud architecture. And it's about $35 billion a year. And on average in this industry, it's about 20% of the top line of a given game studio goes back out in the form of various forms of back-end infrastructure and labor associated with that. And by the way, the biggest guys out there are sometimes spending the most. Roblox, according to their most recent filings, spends 37% of their top line is going back out in back-end services. So it's a really hard problem to solve, even by the largest companies out there. So game companies are huge users of compute resources all over the world. The thing with game backends is that it's incredibly fragmented. Let's talk about what the structure of a game is for a moment. A game you could think of as basically just a front end and a back end. The front end is the graphical pieces that you interact with when you're playing the game. And today there's more or less two companies that dominate this market. One is called Unity, and the other is called Unreal Engine, which is owned by Epic, which you might know best for their game called Fortnite. There's other engines that are up and coming as well, but those two companies have succeeded by making the software very composable, easy to use, integrating a lot of features in one place, but also having a marketplace of add-ons that are very easy to plug into their system. That does not exist on the back end. At least it hasn't existed until Beamable has rolled out our DePIN. So if you look at the back end, it remains today a very fragmented, complex environment, everything from servers to data storage systems to CRM, DevOps. If you want to do cool new things with generative AI or blockchain integration, that's just even more complexity. All those plugins do not have a common schema for how they're integrated, deployed, and then scaled up for lots of users, because the usage level on a game can be enormous. Games can have tens of millions of users, millions of concurrent users. Okay, my background before coming to this was building commercial games. I built a blockchain game, but I also built general mainstream games, ship games to 20 million players, where we had over 1 million players per day playing our games. So when you don't have an infrastructure that can scale up to support that, you might be destroying your entire business virtually overnight because players don't come back when things don't work. So we talked about the cost. It's about 20% that people are spending, but it's that last piece that's actually the most important piece. So saving money is something that any game studio would want to do. But the fact is that when you try to build this stuff yourself, you take on enormous risk. And it's also something that's part and parcel with the choice of any third-party service provider you choose as well. So I want to show you a few of the stats in this market. So first of all, when we talk about this $200 billion industry, that's almost all online games today. Yes, there are still single player games that you can do that don't have cloud connections, but it's basically 95% of the industry are building online games, or have already shipped an online game, or will ship an online game as their next game. So that's one data point. Second data point is most studios would prefer to just buy this technology off the shelf than build it themselves. However, there's a lot of reasons why they might not. Reasons why they would be why they would buy off the shelf is it standardizes it. It's typically lower risk from a purely technical standpoint. It avoids technical debt, which is the thing that kills game studios, because game studios only actually get paid for making things fun. They don't get paid for building back-end technology. But if you choose the wrong back-end provider, you can really get thrown under the bus. So here in Web3, we often talk about rug pulls. The biggest rug pull in gaming history was Amazon when they shut down a service called GameSparks. Had 2,000 games on this service. They shut all the games down because they didn't want to continue the service. So when you choose a platform, you expose yourself to enormous risk, and a large centralized provider can actually shut you down. So we saw some of those problems. And frankly, when we got started as a software company, we started hearing the same complaints or worries about us, like what happens if Beamable goes away? And we had always wanted to make the technology decentralized, but as other leaders in the field like Helium and so forth started coming forward, we realized that we had to do two things: open source the platform, but also open up the network itself so that the nodes that operate this technology for backend services and games would have the interoperability, could keep on running even if Beamable didn't exist. So that was our goal. There's a few major benefits that you get with DePIN in gaming. One is the reduction of centralized dependency risk. That is really the biggest thing in games, just because as I mentioned with Amazon was able to basically destroy a couple thousand games who had bet on them, right? So game studios are very, very wary today of placing a bet on anything where they can't take it either in-house or just switch things around to another provider. But it's not easy to do unless the network has actually been designed around interoperability and the ability to just spin up new nodes wherever you want. And that's where the second piece comes in, which is it isn't just decreasing the risk. It's the fact that you operate within an ecosystem which accelerates your development, because now people are willing to contribute to an ecosystem. People don't contribute to the Microsoft PlayFab ecosystem or didn't contribute to the Amazon GameSparks platform because there was no reason to. A, you couldn't get paid for it, and B, why would you want to just build within one company's proprietary infrastructure? So our hope is that by creating something that's open both at the software and the infrastructure level, that we're actually going to speed up game development, take more things off the table for game developers so that they can focus on the fun. So that if you need a matchmaking system or a social system or a chat system or all these things that come up in online services, you just pull it off the shelf. And lowering cost, definitely nice to have. Typically, bare metal service providers in the game industry, if you can use them, are going to be, I say 50%, really like 70% less for your CPUs, probably 90% less on bandwidth. I won't spend too much time on this, but this is what Beamable does for a game developer. So if you're a game developer, you just need a lot of these systems: social systems, economic systems, data store, account login, multiplayer, data persistence, all this stuff that happens in the cloud for a game. you need all of that. And this is what Beamable spent the last 5 years creating an SDK and a whole platform around. And it integrates directly with 3D engines that you're already using as a game developer. So Unity and Unreal makes it really, really easy to use. Back to the ecosystem part, though, it's something that we're really proud of, which is we have already formed partnerships with a wide range of companies, both in blockchain. We've got about 10 blockchain integrations. We've got multiple integrations with generative AI companies, analytics companies, payment companies, matchmaking companies. Kind of the list goes on and on and on. But the idea is we're not going to build all the capabilities of this. We're building the architecture, the container architecture that operates on an interoperable compute network that is geared towards the unique requirements of games and game servers. And then we open it up so that all of this other software can run there as well, which continues to add to this DePIN flywheel that's often talked about, because it's more software that they can get paid for that continues to add demand to the network because game studios need all of these capabilities. So, I mentioned earlier, Beamable has 100 games already launched on the platform. Beyond that, we've got many more in development. We've got real usage on the platform already, and we have some dashboards that I think are coming up in the next slide. Yep. So if you want to see our live stats, we have not launched the token yet, but you can go and see the live stats on the network. You can see things like how many API calls are going through the platform, how many developers have signed up. See, we had a really nice spike in Q1 after ETH Denver, lots and lots of people coming to the platform that we're excited about. Millions of users, billions of API calls. So that's all present there. And it, of course, translates into the revenue for the platform, which we believe that Beamable will be, at least according to DePIN Ninja data, will be in the range of the top 10 DePIN projects by revenue when we launch the protocol. The team behind this, by the way, we all have ample blockchain experience, but we have a combination of building games, shipping games. I've shipped games to 20 million players, things like Star Trek and Game of Thrones, big brands. We've done that as a team. We've worked together and overlapped about 10 years together. And we've built enterprise technology and development tools. I started a company in the web development tool space that I took public on NASDAQ. So all of those experiences are going together. This is a super complicated product. You need to understand games. You need to understand development and scaling a cloud architecture to do this. We put a really unique team together that I'm proud of. Tokenomics, you can read about it on our white paper at beamable.network. But the key thing is we haven't launched this yet. We're certainly interested in anybody who wants to come along and help us towards the TGE, which will be later this year. But in summary, we've got real product market fit in this platform, not just for Web3 games, but for Web2 games, which allows us to access a very large market of game developers with this technology. We've got existing games that are revenue generating on the network today. DePIN really is the disruptive opportunity that this market is actually begging for. They need something that's open, interoperable, that doesn't capture them with something that shuts them down if Amazon changes their business model. And we're getting a lot of social traction on it already. So thanks for listening to this. It was really exciting to be here at Token.
Great. Thank you, John. There we go. All right. Do we have any questions? We've got time for one or two questions. Here we go. Question.
Hi. Bit of a stupid question.
Yeah, put the mic close.
Hi. Sorry. Bit of a stupid question, but why do you need a token?
They need to boost your volume or something.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Stupid question, but why do you need a token?
I mean, I think why token is the same, is pretty similar for a lot of DePIN projects, which fundamentally it's a capital formation model that's a lot more capital efficient than equity or cash to fund the growth of a network that has a lot of edge compute requirements, because we want to have this be widely geographically distributed. And a token is a great way to set that up. The additional part that I think is more unique to Beamable is that it's DePIN, but it's also a software architecture layer over it. And we think that a token is a good way to allow lots of software developers to deploy software modules within an open ecosystem that they get paid for. So I didn't go into a lot of depth on it, but what we're doing is we're using the same payment and settlement layer that's used for provisioning and paying for server access is also used to pay for software. And because software is a global market of game developers, we believe the tokenized economy allows a lot more access to the software ecosystem on top of it.
Great. Any other questions before we go to the next panel? We have one more question? No. All right. Thank you, John. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
And a round of applause for John. Thank you. We have our next panel coming up, but we are waiting for our moderator, who And off we go. Hello. There we go.
Test.
Clara, tight, tight, tight. Go.
Sorry, we have a minute. Santari, good to meet you, man.
Hello. There we go. All right, guys, we're about to start the next panel. We have some of the best leaders in the DePIN space on stage. So if you guys want to settle down, we're going to kick off and get started. So this panel is on where DePIN tokens meet the physical world. You guys have already heard from fantastic speakers today. Many of you guys are here because you obviously know what DePIN is, but we're going to actually dig into the nitty-gritty. We have a lot of seasoned operators and entrepreneurs here on the stage with me. And so I thought to kick us off, if everyone can go through, give your name, your background, and what brought you to DePIN. Why did you leave a career in other sectors to really think about decentralized physical infrastructure? Manos, I'll start with you.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. So I'm Manos from WeatherXM, and we've been in the industrial IoT space for more than 10 years. We had to deploy a lot of weather stations for our customers, and at some point we got inspired by Filecoin and Helium and decided to focus purely on building a global infrastructure, taking advantage of the crypto incentives, essentially to mobilize a community to deploy stations. So that's what we do. We have 9,000 weather stations all around the world. We did that in less than 2 years. So that's the fastest, largest growing weather network in the world. And we reward our community for their data contribution for deploying weather stations and for the data that they send to the network. We use this data to produce better forecasts, and we sell those forecasts to enterprises. That's WeatherXM.
Amazing. Santari, over to you.
Hello. Hi. Good to meet everyone. My name is Santari. I am a co-founder at Outlook Labs. And what we do is we help AI see the physical world collaboratively and objectively. So we create spatial maps that become machine readable. And I think that there is no greater leverage thing that you can do this decade than help AI access the physical world.
Scott, over to you from the Helium Foundation.
Hi, everybody. Scott Siegel from Helium Foundation. So Helium Networks, we build largest decentralized wireless network. The reason for Helium to exist of how do we make sure there's affordable, ubiquitous wireless connectivity around the world, the ability for people to deploy that coverage and use it in a cost-effective way. To your original question, Clara, how do I actually got involved in this space in the first place and why
what
DePIN?
inspired you to leave?
So the thing that so my background was always in venture and I was in fintech, and I came over originally working with some really great cryptographers that were looking at trustless systems back when exchanges were getting hacked and thinking about counterparty risk and settlement. And it's good problems to solve, but it wasn't the thing that was getting me excited to get up on Monday morning every single day. And DeFi is great and it's innovative, but when I think about the challenges of the physical world and these real social problems that we're all confronting, I think DePIN really represents a paradigm shift in the ability to build. Physical networks are the hardest thing to build. They're also the most sticky networks. The ability to build those and incentivize them and actually affect social and civic change, I think, is really what makes DePIN probably the most inspiring space within crypto for me.
And Shubhendu, over to you.
Thank you, Clara. Shubh here from Dabba.com. We are building a decentralized Wi-Fi marketplace. It's a two-way place where these emerging markets have a lot of demand for internet access, but unfortunately, the kind of capital formations that is needed to deploy large telco networks are unable to meet the demand of the local markets, wherein we are trying to use the principles of DePIN to solve for capital formation, and on the other side, help people bring internet connectivity. So that's what we do.
Amazing. So to kick us off, we have a lot of seasoned entrepreneurs obviously here on the table, many of which are the co-founders of their project as they introduce. But I would love to hear about supply and demand and tokenomics within each of your projects. Where are you in the trajectory? Are you still working on supply? Are you working on demand? Give us the nitty-gritty.
So I think we proved in the first 2 years of the project that we can build the supply, and we have recently launched a number of different products and services for the demand for the customers, for the enterprises. So right now in our website, we have the professional services, which is third-party accuracy tracking for forecasts of other companies, of other models for all the stations that we have around the world. And we make this available for free to everyone. And then we build custom forecasts on top of every weather station by training basically a model on the historical data of the station. So that's what we're trying to sell. But at the same time, we're acting as a weather oracle. We power prediction markets, weather prediction markets. We have an AI MCP, so AI agents can use our weather data to bet on chain for weather events. So we're definitely in the demand side of the tokenomics, which has an effect on the effect on the tokenomics basically is that we drive all this value back into the token through a dual licensing scheme that we have.
Amazing. Anyone else want to jump in?
Yeah, so most of Web3 has a lot of supply and not a lot of demand. And so we decided to go and look for demand first. So build real world applications so that you can generate demand and tie the success of your token to that demand that comes. And I believe that if you want to go out there and solve billion-dollar problems, you're gonna have, or if you want to do a billion-dollar burn, you're gonna have to go out there and solve a billion-dollar problem. And so you tie your tokenomics to the demand that comes through burns.
Amazing. Scott?
So 6 years in from Helium launching in 2019, and we've really cracked like a real kind of windfall on the demand side recently. So existing from traditional telco enterprise is, so from the evolution of 4G mobile networks to 5G, you're talking about higher bandwidth, bigger data demands, and that means denser coverage for carriers around the world. So if you think about radio towers in dense urban areas, they might be a half mile apart. You need to be able to complement and subsidize that coverage. So telco networks has always been built from top-down enterprise. How do you allow anybody to participate in the creation of those wireless networks? And now that we have seen, again, where carriers need to expand their coverage footprint for mobile, for 5G mobile phones, that's where, again, like we announced just last week, AT&T and their 120 million subscribers in the US is actively using the Helium network. So it's solving a real traditional problem that comes from legacy telco. And so that, with the addition of Helium Mobile, which is our own native carrier, we're seeing significant demand on the mobile side, which is a long way from where we came from. So Helium originally started solving for low power, long range sensors, Internet of Things. And Internet of Things has a problem, without getting too into it, is there's a fragmentation problem. There was no flagship demand product for IoT. So while we built incredible supply with hundreds of thousands of radio nodes around the world for IoT purposes, there wasn't a flagship demand. The fact that Helium's flagship demand is sitting in everybody's pocket is really allowing us to finally see some scale and traction on the demand side.
Shubhanu, Raya?
Daba is a very unique project. If you look at ours, is a demand-driven economy where there's a lot of demand for our product in the market. We have thousands of real paying customers every month on subscription, right? Pick up any large emerging market such as India, you will see that there are people who are willing to pay for the service infrastructure, basic infrastructure such as internet access, but they are not able to really pay upfront for the installation cost. And that's where the DePIN tokenomics and the entire supply demand comes into picture, where the core principles of DePIN can be utilized to subsidize that installation cost, bring in a lot of infrastructure, and people are then more than happy to pay for that service month on month basis. And that's where the whole supply demand matches up, and essentially the tokenomics become a flywheel. People are paying for their service on a month to month basis, the real revenue that flows into the system, that revenue is used for buying back and burning the token, the things that we have learned from Helium and taken some of those practices from there. And essentially the value gets accrued into the token, which has been distributed globally. So if you look at Project Daba, we have a huge demand. We have a wait list of thousands of locations that people need internet access. The kind of For us, the core problem that we need to solve for is the supplier. Consistently, people buying more and more hotspots and bringing connectivity to the emerging markets.
Amazing. Well, you guys heard it here. There's a lot of demand from each of these projects. They're really pushing on supply and just making sure they can upkeep with the demand from customers. I do want to kind of throw in a curveball question here. How do you guys see your identity in the Web3 space? Obviously, a lot of people in Web3 are focused on the bottom line, the price of the token. How do your family see you guys working in this space? Do they see you guys as crypto bros? Do they see you guys as infrastructure leaders? So deep dive into the identity piece, because a lot of people external in still see crypto and most crypto projects as being a lot of DeFi traders and people who just want to make a bottom line win. And obviously, the token price does matter as much as people don't want to talk about it. So who wants to jump in here?
I can go for that. For sure. So for us, it has been sort of a two life living at a time, right? You have this core business, which is purely a Web2 business. People do not understand anything back in India at large, at least our customers, anything to do with crypto. The families on the other sides are like, you're building something, keep building, you're doing good. Things are positive, revenues are flowing in, all good. But as far as the Web3 part is concerned, this is a totally different world, right? If I have to give you two different pictures, right? The core business runs pretty much like a Web2 business, just like purely a AT&T or a Comcast would be running, which is essentially installing a broadband connection, bringing more people online on a daily basis, right? Versus the whole tokenomics, the decentralization, the entire, the Web3 DeFi part of things is very unconnected to the core part of the business and back in India. So yeah, it's two different lives living at the same time.
I think that it's funny. It feels like it's been a personal rebrand of talking about being in crypto. Like, it's not an industry, it's a technology. And I think the more that we talk about the industries that are actually serving and the solutions we're providing, I'm in the wireless business. And that's, I think, the right way to represent the kind of things that we're doing in the projects in terms of who we're actually serving. Because ultimately, I think that's kind of what's been a macro problem, the perception of crypto is like, what's valuable, what's being created? Well, when you're kind of driving for the technology, it's like saying I work in technology, 20 years ago, maybe. No, you might work in media, you might work in hospitality. I think we have to talk about the things we're enabling. So whether we're talking to friends and family, or we spend a lot of time in DC kind of educating policymakers on like the real value that's being created here. I think also just from a reputation standpoint, I think everybody in this room, especially because the DePIN audience, there's so much garbage created in the crypto space. Like, it is just exhausting, and it's like we kind of need to, as a subsector, really kind of battle back against that narrative. So I think speaking more to what we're serving, speaking to those solutions, as opposed to, it's great to celebrate the technology, but we have to move past that. I think we have to talk about value creation. So.
Manos, or
Yeah, I was going to say that I think I'm really happy that we're in the DePIN space because we have a unique advantage. When we go to crypto events, we can be the less bullshit crypto project like Scott mentioned, and we can explain why what we do matters to the physical world, to the real world. And at the same time, when we are talking to the traditional industry, of course, crypto has a bad reputation, but it's easier for a DePIN project to defend themselves in the Web2 space. And I see that DePIN is getting more and more credibility and credit in both basically of those two words as time passes. Because if you remember, 2 years ago, we didn't even have the name for this category. We didn't know how to call this category of decentralized physical infrastructure. So it's still very young.
Yeah, I feel like there are two worlds to being in DePIN, where you are building something physically real. And when I talk about spatial computing, AI, and robotics, it's a thing that everybody kind of sees coming and understands it. As soon as we move towards decentralization, you kind of lose people a little bit. But you must continue to be persistent and educate, because I believe that the spatial awareness layer that we're building for DePIN is going to be vital so that things remain private and we can build resilient networks that can't be just attacked and brought down. because I'm from Spain, and if you haven't been reading the news for a couple of days, we had a massive electricity blackout, and we got to decentralize that stuff as soon as possible.
No, those are great responses. Well, this is a great transition to my next question, which is around reputation systems. How do you keep your own community accountable for providing the best quality infrastructure, or providing the best quality geospatial data, to providing the best networks? How do you weed out bad actors? Talk in the weeds of how you think about it. How do you keep the good guys there and feeling like processes are fair?
So we have this idea in WeatherXM that is called quality of data. And essentially, I think we have one of the most sophisticated mechanisms to decide how many rewards every station, every operator will get. And what we do is we analyze the time series data coming from the sensors of our stations. And we try with clever anomaly detection techniques to detect if the deployment was done properly, and if there's any issues with the sensors. Like, for example, if we're asking the community to put the stations as far away from obstacles as possible in order to get clean readings of the atmosphere. But if somebody deploys it next to a tree or to a wall or something, we can trace this obstacle through looking at the time series. We have a moving window of 7 days. We can see shadows that are casted again over time, which indicates that it's not a cloud that is passing every day. It has to be an obstacle. So we slash the rewards, we penalize rewards for those stations. And that's how we keep the quality of the network very, very high. We're proud to say that the health of the data in our network is way, way higher than what you find in governmental networks.
And where is your data stored?
Our data is actually stored in Filecoin. So yeah, which is great.
Nice plug.
Forgot to introduce, I'm the founding officer of the Filecoin Foundation, world's largest decentralized storage network, but just had to do that plug there.
Yeah, and the advantage there is that we have proofs. So we had to build our own hardware in order to add cryptographic proofs in the hardware. So we were signing the payload of the sensor data. And that's the only way that we can prove that everybody took the fair piece of the reward. And at the same time, by storing all the data in Filecoin, we can reserve those proofs, and we can act as a weather oracle, essentially, for the prediction markets that I mentioned before. We're going through the IPFS and Oracle smart contracts that are taking the data from IPFS and Filecoin in order to prove the whole transaction was legit.
Amazing.
So from a decentralization perspective, what we've built is a reputation layer. So it's a very easy to go out there and slash the nodes that are not performing or not doing their job properly. And when it comes to data, so first of all, in spatial computing, what you want to do is you want to make sure that all that spatial mapping and the data that is generated goes into a server that you control. Because if this physical space is yours, you want to be in control of the data that is being generated and in this space. So what we can do with that data is to, because it's attached to physical locations, and the data that is generated, and we create digital twins out of them, we can go and look at point cloud auditing. So if the actual digital layer does not represent reality, we know that the data that is being given is corrupt and it's not good.
So certainly come a long way from kind of where we were in our early days. And so one of the things that we introduced recently is quality of service metrics on a per hotspot basis. So hotspots are the nodes that are actually providing wireless coverage. And for those that are not as intimately familiar with telco, when these large carriers roam into these other third-party networks, so airports are a great example of this, where somebody else owns the infrastructure, it's historically just been a black box. Like, they might know if the nodes or these kind of radios are on or off, but beyond that, there's not a lot of kind of other metadata and information. So the fact that with Helium, they're able to see things in terms of bit rate, how much data is being processed, what's that uptime look like on a per node basis, we're actually creating value that telco is not accustomed to. And it's kind of driving innovation within, again, like the wireless space beyond just kind of the the crypto innovations of the ability to kind of self-deploy and have more community participation. The other thing is just mapping the idea that for Helium mobile subscribers, as they're walking around, like this is where this demand side is helping to validate and support supply side, not just in terms of validating that coverage, but also helping us to drive supply of, well, where do we actually see that foot traffic and where's their necessary coverage? So we're also getting enough data from the demand side on how we can think about improving just kind of supply and where that needs to be. But yeah, quality of service is certainly a long way from where we came from our early IoT days.
I think for us, it's pretty easy because given it's a demand-driven product where the hotspot is getting deployed at a paying customer's house who actually needs internet access, right? So for them, there is an inherent reason to make sure the device is being up and running, right? So that part is taken care of. There's real usage happening on the device every day. The revenue is flowing in. So that part is taken care of. Coming onto the service, quality of site, latency, and all of that, that is taken care by the way we have designed the tokenomics, making sure the right incentives are aligned for all the participants of the network ecosystem so that they are incentivized at the right point at the right time. So those some of the basic fundamentals we have taken care of where the demand is there for actual product and the tokenomics make sure that the upkeep of the device is up and running. So those solves for those problems for us.
No, amazing. Well, I don't know if you guys come to Dubai often or if it's your first, second, third time, but this week I've heard a lot of noise around how the culture here is ripe for experimentation. I am so curious for all of you how you think about growth and expansion for your networks, where you're seeing the Middle East, where you're seeing other regions. How do you even prioritize where to go? Because there's only so many operators and people on your teams, and you're spending so much time nurturing the community, nurturing both sides of demand and supply. So would love to hear each of you guys in terms of your growth strategy in different regions.
Yeah, so for us, I think this is an incredible place to be in because ultimately there is this incredible convergence of capital, founders, and policy that is coming together. There is no other place in the world that I feel like is putting as much emphasis on bringing all of these three things together. And that is how you hyper accelerate infrastructure plays like ours and build entire industries. And for me, this week has been very eye-opening, getting to know a lot of the people. I was in Abu Dhabi for a little bit to meet some government officials to figure out how can you build the critical spatial awareness layer that is required for you to build smart cities, right? Nobody thinks about this, but you kind of have to figure out a very resilient network that should be decentralized, even in places where there is high level of control, because if it goes down, you're in deep trouble.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, this is one of the toughest parts of crypto, of like how many things have to converge for these types of success stories. When we're thinking about new markets, we have to consider a number of things. So number one, what does the demand look like in terms of a carrier partner, or is there a new, are we launching a new carrier in another region? So that's part one. Two, in terms of the challenges around coverage, we have to consider what does the fragmentation look like around kind of the global carrier space. I think the other thing that is like really important to all of these is obviously like incentives. The tokens play a big role in like how we build out these networks. So the ability for people locally to access liquidity. Are there strong exchange partners? Are the custodians, do you need qualified custody for some of the types of enterprise partners you'd be working with? We're all accustomed to self-custody and all kind of crypto native wallets, and certainly maybe our kind of supply side or miners, but to satisfy the demand side, are the right types of tools and the financial infrastructure pieces in place that you can launch in a market and have all of these things lined up. So you got to think about markets and liquidity. You got to think about your enterprise partners to kind of help you on the demand side. And then thinking about coverage, at least we're saying like Helium, because of 5G networks, like the density matters for us. So yeah, certainly as we're thinking about like the next type of markets for us, IoT was easier because you had long range, but with mobile, density is the problem for these large carriers. So we're thinking about some of these smaller, dense Southeast Asian markets. Those are going to be places that are going to be ripe for Helium to expand and kind of really make an impact locally.
India adds to that list. India market adds to that list. No, of course, for us, emerging market, we are all about emerging markets. So we are building for emerging markets where there's demand. People don't have basic infrastructure. We're solving for that. Places like Dubai is definitely adding up to the supply side of business for us. We are already looking this market for our supply chain solutions. Fantastic place. Week has been very informative for us, and we are looking forward to work with some of the players over in the local market. So yeah.
So we did an experiment a couple of months ago to solve this problem, basically, because in an ideal scenario, the weather stations should be uniform all around the world, but in practice, that's not going to happen, no matter how hard we try with incentives. So a couple of months ago, we started a special program that we call Targeted Rollouts in collaboration with an exchange called Swissborg. And we fundraise from the community to subsidize the cost of hardware and deploy free hardware at areas that we considered that they mattered the most. And we targeted specifically global South developing countries, Latin America, Mexico, Africa, and India. And actually, DABA is one of our partners in India, and they've done an amazing job. There are some places in India like Bangalore that right now have one of the most dense weather networks in the world, and not in our, not speaking it for our own network only, but for global standards. You guys have put I think a couple of hundred stations in Bangalore specifically, and overall 800 stations are being rolled out in India right now. So they've done an amazing job, and we had similar effects in South Africa and Mexico. So we are opening some markets that they never had such high density, high resolution, accurate weather data before. And we think that brings a lot of opportunities for us, but for any local, for the local economy, for local companies as well. So the way that we solved this problem was basically taking the situation into our own hands, going against the decentralization theme in a way, and acting as a traditional company, building partnerships in specific countries, and doing the rollouts. Of course, using the crypto incentive as means to reward for all the labor that takes place. And we're just getting started with Asia Pacific and Dubai specifically through this series of events, basically. So I'm very optimistic that in a couple of months, we're going to have this discussion again, and I'm going to show you some impressive network statistics for here as well.
Yeah, I think the beauty of any decentralized network, especially in physical infrastructure, is you can plan things, but there's also unexpected demand that you would have never put on a map. I love hearing all these different perspectives. So I wanted to ask one more question, which is probably top of everyone's minds, which is the last month has been a crazy whirlwind of a month. There are tariffs coming from a country where I'm from. And obviously, when you deal with physical infrastructure, there's a lot of moving pieces when it comes to hardware. I'm curious about the state of how geopolitics and situations like tariffs have impacted each of your projects. Is it a better narrative to say, look, we are resilient against tariffs because we are decentralized, we have multiple operators in every part of the world? Curious about each of your thoughts around this topic. Because obviously when there's massive geopolitical change, it can be a good time for disruption. It could be certain bottlenecks you have to face. Curious about each of your thoughts.
So I think the opportunities in DePIN space are so many that we can always work around the challenges that we have. I mean, obviously tariffs had an effect on us as well. The price of our devices from a retail perspective, they almost doubled, but we still have a lot of stock in warehouses in the US, so it's not visible yet, and we still have a lot of countries that we have a lot of opportunities to pursue. So, and I think, like you said, that's the beauty in the decentralized space, that we have a lot of blue ocean opportunities out there, basically.
Amazing. What about?
Yeah, so for us specifically, it's not too much of an issue, mainly because this is our hardware. It's just a QR code that you put on the ground, and out of that you can already create persistent coordinate layers across across anywhere you want. But I actually feel personally that where DePIN will rise very quickly is in Asia Pacific. The trade war is very much focused between China and the US. So if you're producing any of your goods out of China, you should focus in the Asian Pacific region, because here you have less legacy companies that have built robust infrastructure that you would need to be competing with. Also, it's a mobile first, highly dense, population dense environment where people are educating themselves very, very quickly on how to build resilient infrastructure. So I'd say focus on Asia Pacific. I live in Indonesia. There's 17,000 islands, and there's a lot of need for infrastructure that is decentralized.
So I think one thing that's probably frustrating all of us is I would love to see more decoupling of the macro narrative playing into how crypto markets are functioning, and love to see our markets be more of a function of the fundamentals, the value that we're creating, as opposed to following on like what rate cut is happening, but that's out of our hands. As far as things like tariffs, so like, you know, on one hand, in the past, Helium has diversified its manufacturing base. We've done it before. We've learned our lessons in terms of thinking about kind of a unified firmware package. So like, it's something that we could do, but the reality is, I don't know if we're necessarily going to have to. One of the ways that we've been able to expand rapidly on supply side is actually not just net new hardware, but we're actually converting existing fleets of access points that are out in the wild. So you're talking about kind of software updates. So less of a manufacturing new hardware and more about how do we actually almost think about like hardware composability and kind of leveraging the stuff that's already out in the world. So for the folks that are from New York or have been to New York City, you've got towers all over the streets that are part of the Link NYC connected project. Those are actually all powering Helium offload now. So leveraging existing hardware plays a role for us. But I would say in general, it's more about, I think, kind of a narrative distraction than anything else for a lot of us. But otherwise, you know, since we've been doing this since 2019, just keep building.
Directly, we don't get impacted by the whole tariff war by any, our supply chain is pretty much secured. But this Web3 crypto audience, the young generation will realize the impact as they realize how these central powers are able to control the supply chain by putting in tariffs, the kind of, daily impact they'll create in their daily lives. Once that realization kicks in, people will realize that decentralization, the core infrastructure decentralization is very critical. We should be seeing that as a narrative getting built in coming days, where people will realize how decentralization can distribute the power, can bring in a lot of core utility in the hands of people, and the whole governance and all of those things that come along. So it's a good thing that has happened, but bad for the world. But let's see how it goes down the road. Yeah.
Well, I know we're between everyone's lunch, so I wanted to have one last wrap-up question. I didn't realize we're running over time, but my last wrap-up question, which is also a trend we've seen throughout the Web3 and also Web2 world, is AI. How are you guys thinking about AI? Is AI a keyword you just throw in? Or are you guys thinking about serious ways to leverage AI in the existing work you're doing? And keep it snappy and quick, and then we'll wrap from there. I think the panelists will stay around for questions after, but on the side, so we'll get off the stage.
So in the last few years, we saw a couple of new emerging weather companies that they bet very heavy on AI. So they use AI to produce more accurate weather forecasts. Google actually is one of them with DeepMind. They have an open source AI model for weather forecasting. So that's why we made our data available through MCP for AI agents. I think we were already using machine learning for many years now in the company to improve weather forecasts. It's an obvious kind of thing. AI, ML can understand the patterns in meteorology better than humans can. But they need a lot of data. So I think AI is a great opportunity for different projects, because there's up to a point that you can synthesize data. AI needs to feed on raw data, and this is what we're producing basically.
Got you.
I'm all about AI. I think it's the highest leverage thing you can do this year and this decade is to help AI come and access the physical world, because that's where we're going to see the greatest unlocks in human history. And so right now we're seeing very cool advancements in what we call physical AI. So if you go and see Grok Vision or Project Astra from DeepMind, they are doing something called contextual awareness. They have the ability to pull out a camera and in real time look at the feed and figure out what's happening. But they don't know where they are. And what happens then is, imagine they're looking at a painting. It needs to figure out every single painting in the world and contrast it with that. So it requires a lot of compute to kind of figure out what it is. But if it knows in which museum it is, which room, it doesn't actually need to go and look for all of those paintings. It knows which one it is, even with a blurry image. And so contextual awareness with spatial awareness will unlock physical AI, which will be the greatest advancement that we'll see in the next 100 years.
Yeah, I think that actually is a good segue into kind of like how Helium thinks about these things in terms of contextual awareness, physical AI. Like obviously all these things need some sort of connectivity layer. So when you're thinking about something that has like geographic specificity and these types of solutions on the ground, like the ability to, again, like create the coverage for those solutions and to have the agency, whether it's at a commercial, industrial level, to support that with a connectivity layer that Helium can provide. Certainly how we can enable that and how we can continue to work with teams that are also providing those solutions, whether it's deep in space, traditional industry. We kind of see ourselves as part of that stack ultimately from the connectivity side.
At DABA, we are looking AI as one more revenue source for our company. So for example, along with a router Wi-Fi hotspot, we also deploy security cameras at homes and offices of people who need it, right? So we are already running local LLM models which can detect objects, people, and stuff, which can give real-time triggers to people. Amazon package coming in and stuff like that can be detected and done that. So we are charging consumers for that sort of service. At the same time, being a network operator, the kind of data, user data that we generate is another source of revenue for us, which we can feed into LLM models and generates a significant revenue bottom line for us. So AI definitely is it's here to stay, and we are making sure that we are encashing onto that.
Amazing. And we definitely think AI can help enhance the usability of all DePIN projects, because obviously there's so many guardrails for everyday users to be able to onboard into Web3. So thank you so much, everyone on this panel. This was such a fantastic discussion. Please give a huge round of applause to everyone. And then I don't know if we have time for questions.
Now it's time for lunch.
We have to go to lunch.
3 o'clock for lunch. So everyone enjoy lunch, and we're back here at 3. Thank you. Register. How do you get going? Good? How do you- Do it. All right. Nope, not all right. All right, lunch is over. I hope you had enough. If you didn't, we've run out, I think. So you're out of luck anyway. But looks like we've got a pretty full crowd here. We're going to try to take this volume down a little bit like we did last time after the break so that we can hear Lewis a little bit better. We've got, we're not even halfway through today right now. We've got a lot of presentations coming, a lot of terrific DePIN projects. And I'm excited for this next one. I think Mawari gets the award for sure. Besides being a really interesting DePIN project, their logo is just the best logo I've seen in DePIN. It literally, to me, is, I think if it doesn't work out in DePIN, they can be a great snowboard brand. So I hope everyone here is ready to engage and pay attention to the next presentation. Here we go. We still have people coming in, which I love to see. So let's, guys, let's get ready. Let's try to put a little bit of attention over here. Come on. Hello, 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 hello. There we go. A couple people paying attention. Good. Try to take this volume down a little bit. And let's give a round of applause to Lewis. So Lewis from Mawari, the founder, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, everyone. Okay, let's wait for the video. There you go. So, hello, everyone. I'm Luis Ramirez, founder of Mawari. We're an immersive compute network. So let's start with the vision. So as you can see, we are imagining a very different world. What is this world? So today, we actually watch media in 2D displays. So we are actually kind of like peeping into an angle And our ambition is actually that that media will actually come right through your eyes. And once it becomes right through your eyes, actually the media will be, the environment is your UX and UI. So you'll see in a second.
My name is Vanessa, and the reason I'm here today
this is the type
to
of
announce
experiences
Greta and
that we
Mawari
already
partnered to
stream
expand
to
the
our
Greta
DePIN
metaverse
network.
into the augmented reality realm through the Mawari network in Korea.
So now, I will share another example of what is possible with GPUs, low latency, and a DePIN network. This is a project that we collaborated with T-Mobile and is currently active in the US.
How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. I slept in my cat bed. I woke up, didn't even have to be anywhere. Because you see me in Dallas, but I'm next to my cat bed. I am meeting all my fans in Dallas.
Okay.
So it's a big day, darling.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's a big day indeed.
Like you're all the
So
way in
what is
Dallas.
happening
I'm
here?
in Waterloo,
so
Canada,
we
but
have
I've
an
spent
actress that is
so
actually
much time with you in the
sending
last 2
her
days.
motion
I feel like we
data,
can be
her voice
best
data, and her
friends, you
facial
know, in the
data
digital world.
to a server
Absolutely,
in the
I
Mawari
feel the
network.
same way. So why don't we make ourselves digital world best friends?
Please turn off the audio.
High five. All right.
So what happened here? Okay, so the actress was actually sending her motion data, her facial data, and her voice data in real time to a Mawari network server. That Mawari network server actually was close to the end user, and when the server received the data, it actually rendered and streamed the 3D content into the AR glasses in real time. All that happens within less than 21 milliseconds, and that's our core technology that is orchestrated by a DePIN network. This is another example. I made a promise that next year we'll do it at DePIN Day and other events. It's the world's first mixed reality discussion panel. And I think we have here AJ in the crowd. So shouting out for AJ. He was actually the AJ. Hello. You're here, so you experienced this this video. So AJ from EastFlow was one of the guests that actually was interacting. So what's important about this? So actually that avatar is AI, and she was actually moderating the panel in mixed reality, interacting with AJ and myself and the audience. So that's also something our technology makes possible. Then what are the use cases? Currently, we're working in Japan at deploying AI agents. So this is one of them. Please take a look.
Thank you for your inquiry.
Volume up, please.
Mawari Corp, established in 2017, specializes in decentralized cloud rendering and streaming focused on interactive augmented reality
Volume up,
AR
please.
experiences. Our advanced platform allows for real-time 3D content delivery to various devices, including smartphones and AR glasses. By prioritizing seamless user experiences, we empower developers and businesses to create captivating AR applications that engage their audiences in innovative ways. As we continue to evolve in this dynamic field, our goal is to enhance accessibility and interactivity in AR, paving the way for exciting applications across multiple industries. If you have any specific questions or need further information, feel free to ask.
So our vision is the future is with 3D content, whether it's actually powered by a human or an AI. So this is slightly different to what we saw before. what is happening? Right now, there's an LLM that is connected into this body of the digital human, and it actually telling the avatar what to say, how to move, all the facial expressions, and that also is happening in real time. And it can only happen at the edge. So now, why of all this matters? Why we started working on spatial streaming? So if you look at today, when you press play on Netflix, within less than a second, you have a 4K movie on your phone, on your TV, everywhere. But when we imagine the future with extended reality or spatial computing, we all have a reference, whether it's Blade Runner, Ready Player One, Minority Report, we all have an image of that future. But the bottom line is that for regular users or end users to really become familiar with this technology, it needs to be readily available like Netflix. So it needs to be instant, it needs to be at high quality and without any effort. But that's the problem, and what we're solving, that's the elephant in the room, is that 3D content actually is not that way. Like you download a game and then you start playing the game. It's not streamed yet. There's some cloud gaming efforts, but it's not the norm. So bottom line also for XR content is that it cannot be scaled to mobile devices, and this is because of two main issues. One of them is technical bottlenecks of the technology itself, and the second one is infrastructure bottlenecks. So when we talk about the technical bottlenecks, okay, so we're moving from one dimension to another. That increments exponentially the size of the files. So we're talking now about gigabytes and terabytes that even if you had a very fast connection, you wouldn't have the patience to download. Secondly, we're moving into 3D, right? So we have had 2D content natively in the screens for more than 20 years. The game engines were designed to render the last pixel in a 2D screen. But when we move into, okay, we need to scale 3D in AR, we need to create a new native format that will allow us to stream it just as we stream in 2D. And the last bottleneck, and a very important one, is actually, okay, so these are the Meta Ray-Ban. They actually connect to an LLM. They can tell you what they're seeing. And the only way to actually to get to this size is to offload all that processing from rendering an AI to an edge server. Think about like the Quest 3 or the Apple Vision Pro. They're great devices and they do bring that future here, but it's not a device that you would wear every day, something like this. So that's what our technology enables to bring content to these type of devices. Lastly, on infrastructure bottlenecks, since we need a very different architecture. Back in 2021, actually we were having a lot of traction with the telcos, and we had some gaming companies working with us, and it was time to scale. But we went to AWS, we went to GCP, and we were like, okay, we need distributed GPUs across each city in the US, in Japan, and we need it at scale. And AWS and GCP say, sorry, we cannot help you. So we were at a crossroads, and that's when we decided, okay, so we need to look for another way. We saw Render, we saw Helium, how they could actually bootstrap their supply, and we created the Mawari network. So how do we solve the actual bottlenecks for XR? First of all, we needed to focus on the latency and the bandwidth. Secondly, we needed to rethink how we create AR content, and it's by creating an AR native format. Finally, since it's 3D content and we're working with the game engines, we had to kind of reverse engineer and create a new rendering pipeline that allows to stream the content via a network. And this is the result. We created a Mawari platform that has the orchestration layer, which is a decentralized platform. We have the Mawari engine, which is our core technology. We have 4 patents granted already and more than 10 on the pipeline. And then we have the SDK and application layer. That is where we work with the content players. This is our vision, spatial streaming. So today we have very clunky headsets and very simple content. And our mission is to bring a very rich world around us with very slim glasses, just like in the video. So if we want to summarize what our technology does, we call it a spatial streaming, which gives you a sense of presence. So you can have a person next to me, next to you, and the level of low latency and realism removes the uncanny valley. We do this by our core technology and split rendering. So now you wonder again, why DePIN? So Mawari Network, from its inception and the architecture, was designed DePIN because we need a distributed compute. But it's impossible for one company to build all that distributed compute. So we need a collaboration from everyone. And the only way to really align incentives fast is through Web3 or blockchain. Therefore, we were DePIN even before DePIN in that sense. Now, just also why this matters. You may not realize, but these devices, especially Quest 3 and the Vive, we have around 50 million units already in the world being used today. Meta actually forecasts that by 2027, we will get to 100 million. And that's critical mass for mainstream. But that also means that in order to reduce the size of the headsets, we need to offload the compute. And that means we need exponential power of compute that is probably 1,000 or 10,000 times more of what we need today. Combine that with AI, and we are actually, there's a huge opportunity for DePIN projects here. Moreover, Samsung is one of our backers, and they do believe in this vision. And more importantly, they are also releasing their own version of the glasses. So obviously, we're working together. So for those that don't know Mawari, well, we've raised 17.3 million to date. We have Web3 and Web2 backers. It's kind of like a very interesting intersection because we have Web2 companies that really trust on what we do, but also we have 1KX, Borderless, Animoca backing our vision. So just in summary, we've been around for almost 8 years now. We have deployed our technology with more than 50 companies. We're a revenue generating DePIN network, and we're moving forward. So again, in terms of what the Mawari network is, we are the only network that is orchestrating in real time 3 types of DePIN resources: storage, bandwidth, and compute. And we have more than 50 clients. Some of them you can see here. They are familiar brands that have worked with our technology, are implementing it right now. If you Google on the media Forbes VentureBeat, you will find more information about Mawari. We've been named the MP3 of XR, the Akamai of XR, or the $20 billion codec. Then let's take a look at one of the success stories, one event that it was powered by our DePIN network. Volume up, please. This is in Japan, at Mutex, Japan.
Mawari is making the extraordinary accessible to everyone, empowering creators to deliver awe-inspiring, immersive experiences globally. How is Mawari unlocking the full potential of the trillion-dollar mixed reality market? Meet Assimilating XR by Hiroaki Umeda, a masterful blend of digitized contemporary dance, digital art, and cutting-edge mixed reality technology, powered by Mawari. This creation's immersive tapestry of movement, light, music mesmerized audiences in its 2-day premiere at Mutex Japan in Tokyo. Processing power limits quality and immersion in XR devices. However, streaming real-time, high-fidelity, and consumer-grade 3D visuals from the Mixer visual art tool was a non-negotiable requirement for creating a captivating, life-changing experience. Achieving this magic was only possible thanks to Mawari's revolutionary Core XR streaming technology. The result? Real-time, high-fidelity, consumer-grade 3D visuals delivered at a quality never before experienced in the market. This groundbreaking mixed reality installation was not only the first of its kind, but also a tremendous success, debuting to immediate acclaim and selling out instantly. Audiences commented on their amazement with a 96% satisfaction score. The ripple effect of the work's success cascaded to numerous media outlets in Japan and abroad. Assimilating XR showcased to the world that consumers are not just willing, but eager to pay for high-quality, mixed reality, immersive content. Attendees paid $20 for a 7-minute performance. An impressive 71% of first-time XR users affirmed that they found value in their experience. This is just the beginning. At Mawari, our mission is clear: to be a driving force in ushering the XR industry into the mainstream. Stay tuned.
And actually, just 2 days ago at the Magic Eden party, we did a very similar installation in which we had actually a dancer, a virtual dancer, dancing in real time with the DJ at the party. We'll show some videos later. So something else that I wanted to mention, this is on May 27, we do our first commercial deployment of these AI agents in Osaka. We signed a contract with Nankai. Nankai is one of the biggest railway companies in Japan. And we're going to be setting up these digital agents as assistants in train stations and airports. Lastly, I did announce it at the previous DePIN Denver. But okay, so first of all, what is a DIO? Decentralized Infrastructure Offering. So we're redefining node cells because we actually figured out that, okay, so not all of the node cells really had the incentive for the node runners and the community. They have a very different economics that were more driven by the market. So that's why instead of doing a node cell, we say, okay, let's change the name. Let's make a DIO, and here it is. The public DIO will start probably at the beginning of June. So please check our socials and our website, and you will have more information. So this is the promo video about Mawari, and then I will play the promo video about the DIO. So, by the way, we also collaborate with an virtual person, an AI agent called Junai. She's a music producer, and all the music that you have heard in this presentation is actually created by an AI agent. And here's Miyoko. She appeared at the Magic Eden party 2 days ago.
D-I-O, 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 decentralized infrastructure offering. Tonight, I-O, D-I-O, decentralized infrastructure offering. D-I-O, D-I-O, no those cells are dead, 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 dead. D-I-O, D-I-O, this one new Kufo, don't miss it. D-I-O, D-I-O, this one new Kufo, don't miss it. I'm an ICO, I'm not IDO, I'm not a node cell, hell no. I'm not a loco, I'm a DIO, I came uninvited, what a lead then they are an ICO, I'm not IDO, I'm not a node cell, hell no. I'm not a loco, I'm a DIO, I came uninvited, what a lead then they are a then I-O, D-I-O, D-I-O. D-I-O, decentralized infrastructure offering. Decentralized infrastructure offering. I'm an ICO, I'm not IDO, I'm not a node cell, hell no. I'm not a local, I'm a DIO, I came you invited, mother 8 then they are an ICO, I'm not IDO, I'm not a node cell, hell no. I'm not a local, I'm a DIO, I came you invited, mother 8 then they are 8 then not the IO, decentralized infrastructure offering. Decentralized infrastructure offering. Decentralized infrastructure offering. DIO, no node cells are dead. DIO, this is no hyphen, don't listen. DIO, this is no hyphen, don't listen. Decentralized infrastructure offering. Decentralized infrastructure offering. DIO, decentralized infrastructure offering.
All right, thank you. So if you want to join our network and join our DIO, go to our website, check the socials. The Guardian nodes actually are, the licenses for the Guardian nodes are quite accessible. They're only about $300, so please join our network. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Louis. Appreciate it. Big round of applause for Louis. Up next, we have Martin from iExec. Are you around? There we go. Come on up. Welcome. Let's go.
Okay. Okay, guys, hello, it's confidential AI time. Sorry, I haven't a pretty sound I can make. Confidential AI, confidential AI. Okay, it's not better than my colleague. So let's talk about confidential AI. But, okay. In the next 20 minutes, you will learn a few stuff, and we will, before understanding what is confidential AI, you need to understand a few concepts like confidential computing, decentralized confidential computing. Don't worry, sounds a little bit technical, but I will explain everything. Don't be scared. Now, up this one. So we are quite OG in crypto at iExec. We started in 2017, passed through 2 cycles, 2 bear market, and we are still there. White paper in 2017, decentralized marketplace computing power in 2019, 2020, we added the blockchain layer with governance rules. We built developer tools to enable building privacy preserving application to protect, manage, and monetize data within the Web3 ecosystem. And it comes together to 2025, the trust layer for DePIN and AI, and you will understand everything in a few minutes. So let's talk a bit about privacy. Privacy isn't just a feature. I think we all agree it's a fundamental human right, but I think it can be misunderstood and overlooked. It's not only privacy token and Tornado Cash stuff, and at iExec, we are committed to make privacy the default of Web3. And it's why we join an amazing team, Decentralized Confidential Computing Alliance. We are more than 30 protocols working in FHE, TEE, and PC with the same goal, make the Web3 privacy by default. And that's really, really cool. So let's talk a bit about privacy, how you can protect data. Typical security measures protect data at rest. It means encrypted and stored in a server. We are protecting data in transit. It means traveling through different networks. But the big problem is protecting data in use, because when an application needs to process the data, the application needs to see the data. So it means the data remained unclear and unencrypted in the memory. And it's exactly when the malicious actor can take advantage of it. So it's why we have confidential computing. Don't be scared. Looks kinda scary, right? At the core of confidential computing, you've got TEE, Trusted Execution Environment. Think it as a vault where everything that happens in it remains totally confidential and private. And it's a hardware-based technology. We are using Intel SGX chipset, and in this chipset, you have a part of the memory that creates what we call an enclave. An enclave, it's a black box where enclave isolates the computing process through a physical partitioning. And the cool stuff, you've got attestation reports. It means you can verify the trustworthiness of the remote execution. That's pretty cool. And at iExec, in this black box, in this enclave, we are running two stuff. Database. We've got a database in this enclave. It means you can store private key, API key, secret, whatever you want. It remains confidential. And we are running what we call iExec application. An iExec application, it's an application that runs in this TEE. It means you can compute, you can process some data in a private way. And that's really, really cool. I think you noticed this small logo. I will talk about it later. So, for instance, we've got Web3 Mail. It's a way to send an email to an Ethereum address without knowing or storing the email. We've got Content Delivery Network. You can encrypt and you can monetize your data in the Web3 ecosystem. Like, I can send you some data, you can use it, but you will need to pay $10, for instance. So, SGX to TDX, as I said, it's a hardware-based technology. We are using SGX chipset. SGX chipset is quite cool, really useful, but we've got a pretty cool upgrade. We are now using TDX, Trust Domain Extension. Mind-blowing, amazing. It means it's more faster, stronger, it's better, and we are able to run an AI model in this enclave. We are able to run AI framework in this enclave thanks to this new technology. But you may think like, okay, new technology, that's crazy. One quite old and one quite new. It's not because we are using TDX that we will give up SGX. One, it's better for small application, specific production, and one is really cool for AV AI model. And as you can run, thanks to this technology AI model, you can make some confidential AI. So I'm talking about confidential computing. It sounds quite complex, and you may think like, oh, I'm a builder. I want to build something with your tech. Maybe I need 10 years to learn what is confidential computing. No, we've got an amazing tool called IAP Generator. It's a CLI, and in a few command lines, you can bootstrap an application compatible with SGX or TDX. So if tomorrow you want to build a privacy-preserving application, just run IAP deploy, IAP run, and you can bootstrap your first privacy-preserving application. That's really cool. So now you know what is confidential computing. And you need to know what is decentralized confidential computing, because at iExec, we've got a network of workers using our technology. And what we've done, we added the Web3 layer, the blockchain layer. Why? Because you can set some immutable governance rule on your data. You decide how data is protected, used, and who can benefit from it. You are controlling, you are monetizing it using an amazing technology. So, okay, confidential computing, check. Decentralized confidential computing, check. Complex technology, check. Let's talk about AI. I think you all know traditional AI, there is some challenge. 40% of organizations reported a privacy data breach, and 70% don't really trust AI provider. There is some black box decision, lack of verifiability, centralized control risk, and it's a challenge we need to tackle. You all are providing, I think, who is really used OpenAI or AI, public AI there? Everybody, yeah. Everybody. And everybody is providing some personal data. Like, oh, can you check my my doctor stuff, legal stuff? And it's exactly, we need to keep it in mind. And because you already all use AI assistant, Siri, some chatbot, but now we are entering in the age of AI agent. AI agents are amazing. They can chain some action to realize complex stuff. They can take decision for on their own. They can watch their environment. They can connect with your tool. And to have a personalized return, a personalized AI agent with with personalized answer, you need to provide some personal data, and you need to give them some access to your Gmail, Google Drive, and things like that. And the big problem is exactly where the privacy become critical. Because if it's honestly become a massive surveillance weapon, like if tomorrow OpenAI want like, oh yeah, I know everything about you, I can sell your data. Oh, you can say nothing. So it's exactly what is confidential computing. We are merging two amazing technology, AI, agent, and decentralized infrastructure, TEE, DePIN, GPU, SGX, TDX, and the merge give birth to confidential AI. And you may think like, okay, that's cool, but what I can really do with this tech, Oh, yeah, first, you can monetize. I think it's an important point because if you are providing some data to train a model, you can sell it, and the model can be trained on your data in a privacy environment. So it can be trained without knowing your data, and you can monetize it. So you can monetize the model, you can monetize your data while keeping the privacy and keeping the control of your data. So one amazing proof of concept we launched, we are currently running ELISA OS framework in a TDX enclave. And this framework currently running a Twitter account. So is totally autonomous, private, confidential. So I don't know if you get it, but you can think about some crazy project. We've got some others, but it's the biggest one we just launched 2 weeks ago. Use cases, there is a lot. Research, finance, healthcare, business analytics, gaming. I can't wait to see what builders will build with our tech. We are sponsoring a lot of hackathon. And if you are a builder interested in our tech, feel free to come to see me. We are providing some grants and bounties. So, as I say, if you are thinking about building a privacy-preserving application using AI, let's work together. with transparency, confidential computing, and decentralized infrastructure. And a big news, we just joined the high-tier AI Unbundled Alliance to make Web3 and AI more private, more secure. That's really cool. And I don't have a fancy video, but I have some really, really big news. So I talk about TDX IAP Generator, the CLI tool you can build and you can deploy application compatible with this technology. We are launching our ecosystem fund. So if you're an amazing project, let's connect. Elisa in TDX, it's just the beginning, because you can think about an AI framework making some transaction on blockchain in a privacy way. We have new partnership, and the biggest one, we are deploying our stack on L2, reach new community, reach new builders, have new projects, new funding. So really, really exciting for us. I think it's we are not following a trend. We are riding it totally. So yeah, we are keep growing our ecosystem, helping, providing. We've got a pretty cool technical support. Feel free to join the Discord. If everybody is joining the Discord, I will be promote. I will have a promotion. So come on Twitter and Discord. And yeah, that's all. I'm Martin Leclerc, developer relation at iExec, and we are the trust layer for DePIN and AI. Thank you very much, guys.
Great. Thank you very much, Martin. Appreciate it. You should get a promotion just for your accent, I think. Just for your accent, you deserve a promotion. So we have now we have the investor panel. So hold tight for 1 minute while we get the chairs set up, and let's get everybody up here for the panel. I know I saw Vinny. We got David. Who else? Rakesh, Amit. Let's see. All right. Now we need the mics. Come on up, David. Take your seat. Let's go. How are you? Good to see you. Hey, good to see you. Rakesh, grab this one. Rakesh, oh, guys, sit under your pictures. Under your picture, slide over one. I don't need that. There we go. Do we have Amit here? Oh, there we go. He's what? All right, let's get a seat. Can we grab one more seat? Put it on that side. No, the seat goes on that side. Thank you. All right, well, the traffic has claimed one of the panelists, so we'll be a little bit late, but it'll be a fun edition. We'll make it. He'll have to answer a question without knowing it when he arrives. That will be the penalty. But thank you guys for coming. We got a great investor panel. We do these at every DePIN Day. I think it's important to hear from the investor kind of universe, given this sector is growing so much. So first, I'm going to ask each panelist to give a bullet point on their firm, on them, and on DePIN projects that they or their firm have invested in. So let's just kick it off. Down the row we go.
Hey, thank you. So my name is Rakesh Kidwani, and I'm an investor and an entrepreneur. As an investor, I'm a venture partner at Protagonist, where I've been investing for over 2.5 years, and primarily focus on Web3, AI, and anything at the intersection of Web3 and AI. And as an entrepreneur, I am the co-founder and CTO of Ion, which is a decentralized AI compute cloud, purpose-built for bare metal. The one DePIN project that my fund Protagonist has invested in is Ion. So that's the project that I'm working on, but then we've invested in several others, specifically in the decentralized compute space.
Great. David? No.
Hi, everyone. Okay, cool. So hello, I'm David. I work for Rockaway X. I've been with the company for 5 years now already. And we have basically three funds that we invest and provide liquidity from. So 2 VC funds, one is fully invested, second we're investing from now, 125 million. It's mostly focused on DePIN projects, Solana-based projects, DeFi, and AI as well. And the second fund is liquidity provisioning fund that basically provides capital to DeFi and infra projects as well. We invested in a couple of DePIN projects. Back in the days, we invested in Storx Network, Decentralized RPC, TIC, the innovation game, and most recently we invested in Teneo.
Check. Okay, that works. Hey guys, I'm Vinny. I run research and I invest at EV3. We're one of the initial DePIN funds, so a good amount of DePIN projects that we've been lucky enough to partner with at an early stage. I'd say right now we focus on the intersection of blockchains and what we call real-world utility. So we're also excited about areas like zk-TLS, what that can enable as well. And we focus on the pre-seed and seed stage, leading those rounds for teams. So if you have any ideas, please come by and say hi. Some DePIN projects that we've invested in include Dawn, Daylight, which is an energy network, Glow, who I believe David's walking around here somewhere, you guys. So, yeah.
Yeah, EV3, if they listed every DePIN investment, the panel would be over by the time it was done. So can't do that. So let's look at what you guys look for in a DePIN project, and is that different from other sectors in which you invest?
Yeah, so I think it's slightly different because in like a lot of other projects, you're looking for blockchain utility or some narrative. But in case of DePIN projects, you are looking for like what's the real world application, what's the sector that they're trying to disrupt. For example, the project that Vinny was talking about, Dawn. So I looked at that project as well, and they're trying to disrupt the telecommunication space or the internet provider space. So for these kind of projects, you have to understand the TAM that they have in the real world, and then how does the value accrue to the project itself, to the device operators, and how does the value or the TAM grow over a period of time.
All right, you hit on a piece I want to return to in a second, but let's continue down with kind of what you look for in a DePIN project, and is that different than others?
Yeah, I think it boils down basically to several key things, which are maybe not necessarily that different to like traditional Web3 investments, and that's usually like the team that needs to be great and exceptional, as well as the market needs to be great and big enough to support a big revenue generating company. But actually there are like some differences that needs to be accounted for, and that's basically the tokenomics, right? But from investor perspective, I think there's basically the need to kind of understand deeply the underlying sector or basically industry that the DePIN project is targeting. Because you have like wide space of projects like doing energy business, doing like Wingbits, dealing with flights data. Then you have like AI data. You have like wide range of businesses and industries that like the investors needs to deeply understand, which is a little bit different than if you invest into like only DeFi projects, because they're a little bit similar.
So I'll lightly reiterate what they said, which is, we want to understand the levers of the business. This is much more traditional businesses in certain regards, and how crypto can make that more efficient, more democratized from a various, lens. But I want to add one thing too, which is you're dealing with physical hardware, right? And physical hardware is tricky for a variety of reasons. And so I think one thing that we look for is an obsession or an understanding with the space, because oftentimes there's a lot of nuance that can be lost for somebody who's looking in from the outside, even if you can underwrite the levers of the business. And then one other thing too that I think is hugely important for anybody in the pre-seed or the seed side is the team, which I think that applies DePIN or without, but for us, we recognize that founders will pivot and that we're in the trenches with them for what we hope is 10 plus years as they build long-lasting businesses. And especially in DePIN, where you need to deploy hardware, you need to actually source the capital. That's a longer process. And so we think that team dynamics and team understanding of the space becomes hugely important, especially in DePIN.
So one thing none of you guys said was token economics. And I'm curious why that isn't one of the things that you guys focus on.
I can quickly jump in on this. I think from our end, we, especially in the pre-seed and the seed stage, I think from us, we recognize that a lot of founders, especially if they tend to have industry expertise or knowledge in something that involves a DePIN space, probably don't have the best understanding of tokenomics yet. And it's something that candidly, we think the right partners should be able to help their teams figure out. If a team has already launched a token and their tokenomics are really bad, that's a whole different story, because now you're trying to do damage control and do a lot of other things. But when they have the idea, it's more about how can the network itself grow. And then, and I'm sure we'll talk about it, like there's tokenomics ideas that we've found to make a lot of sense, but then when implemented don't work as well, right? And so there is some adaptability to this. So for us, we think that tokenomics is something that the right partner should be able to help a team figure out if they need it.
So I agree with Winnie on that quite a bit. And this applies in general to any Web3 investments with token, is most of them at the pre-seed/seed stage, they haven't even given any thought to the token. And then DePIN makes it even more difficult because you need to understand the economics of the business in the real world before applying any tokenomics. So usually when we invest in people where we think like, yeah, they'll either partner with some external entities, firms, who'll help them with the tokenomics, or they will do their own research, and we as investors will also help them.
I would mostly echo this, because I think like the tokenomics can make or break the project, right? So it's if done wrongly, it's a really bad thing for the project, and it could kill it actually. So it is very important to make it and to design the tokenomics correctly. I think like a lot of projects, they need to like focus on understanding their unique aspects of their business and how to design a tokenomics model that actually fits them. I actually, like how Spexi has done it. Like they are sharing some like real cash first to users to fly drones and map the pentagons on the in the real world, right? So they understand actually what the users are willing to get and how much they actually need to pay for the users to actually do some work. And I think that's a correct approach, because it helps to understand the product, the business model and the project deeply, and then they can design and implement and give basically the token rewards to the users and scale the network further.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think the general takeaway I think you guys mentioned is A, team is most important, and B, at the earlier the stage is, the less important that is, because you have to understand the economics of the business, B, you have to understand what models are working, what aren't working, and C, you can kind of find the partners to help kind of figure that out as they go. But the other implied point there is that, and this is something I've seen, is the projects that seem successful in DePIN as opposed to other areas are those that have a team that's focused on that vertical and knows the vertical best and is adding the crypto component to it, right? And so we've seen that in a couple different projects, whether, which we can talk about. Related to this, why have you turned down projects? What makes you say, no, I'm not investing in that project? Because presumably you each have said no to 20, 30, 40, 50x more projects than you've said yes to. So why are you saying no?
So primarily it boils down to the team. So one, if the team, nobody on the team has the vertical experience, right? Like if someone is trying to build in the telecom space, but nobody has worked in the telecom space or has been a part of that space for at least a part of their career, we think like it would be a steep learning curve for them to actually build out in that space. So that's one. And then the second is if we think that they don't have a complete grasp of the opportunity, where they might be pitching it as like, hey, it's $1 billion opportunity, but we see it as a $100 billion opportunity. So if they don't fully grasp the scope, we think like it's a pass because that might not be the best team.
So they think too small.
They think too small, yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Rakesh already mentioned that, right? It's sometimes we don't see the correct team doing and going after the opportunity, or the right team going after the opportunity. But I think sometimes what I come across is basically the market seems to be quite small for us, right? You need to have going after a big market that can actually support big revenues. So I think like these are probably the two big reasons why we mostly like turn down a project.
To not repeat what they said verbatim, but I do agree. I'll add one thing to this. I think that, and we've been sort of chatting about this, indirectly, but early stage, especially pre-seed and seed, there are unanswered questions, right? Like there are going to be. It's very rare that you run into somebody who has every part of the business totally figured out through and through. There are going to be unanswered questions with design, with verification problem, for example, if you're dealing with like compute jobs. And so one of the other reasons I think that people will pass too is you kind of start having conversations to see how founders think. And I think a lot of times you encounter individuals who have come across crypto tangentially or seen crypto as a coordination mechanism and then go, yeah, I can easily port that over. I can easily apply that, right? And then you start to ask them questions and you start to realize that they haven't actually thought through or fleshed it out nearly as enough. And I think that becomes a challenge. So it's not that all the questions have to be answered, but I think definitely when pitching any investor, like we're looking to see how you think because we're thinking we're going to be working in the trenches with you for 10 years. And so oftentimes you encounter, I think, teams, especially once DePIN got its name and started really picking up end of last year, right? A lot more projects. You get a lot of people who I think haven't thought through how they want to build out their protocol or why they need crypto. Oftentimes they'll just say, here's a thing and we're going to smack a token on it. And for us, that's not how we think about building long-term businesses.
Fair enough. I think one of the elements of crypto, which you sort of implied a little bit there also, is that you list tokens in crypto far before you would take a company public. So the universe of tokens they're trading is larger than the public company universe by orders of magnitude. It's still relatively small in DePIN, right? In terms of what you and we would consider true DePIN projects with trading tokens, dozens, I would say, certainly not the 1,000 that you hear about, but there still are dozens. There's still real coin, real market cap in some. And the unique thing of this panel is we've got at least 2 funds that invest in liquid token, right? Both Rockaway X and EV3 have liquid token investing. So how do you think about venture on the liquid token side? And how do you think about evaluating those projects? Do you start with traction? Is it, how do you kind of consider those? And even because that investment is a very different type of investment from an early stage business plan.
Yeah, maybe I can start here. So it is true we invest in liquid projects that have a liquid token out there that is already publicly traded. So there are like several factors that we would consider. Most of the projects that have a liquid token out there are usually, or what we are looking at as are projects that are more mature, right? That are not necessarily super early stage. And for those projects, you are mostly looking for the traction they have and the revenue that they're generating, and whether there are some risks. So like you're looking more, or we're looking more to understand the risks. What is that are specific to the particular project. So, for example, whether the revenues that they are publishing are true and correct, whether they have been audited. Maybe we see a lot of projects actually like manipulating these metrics. So we need to understand that these metrics are correct. One additional thing that is sometimes misunderstood is how liquid the tokens are. Whether you're looking at a project that has high FDV, it's not necessarily bad, but if it has like low liquidity, that creates a red flag because it's thinly traded and the price could be manipulated quite heavily. So, for example, there needs to be deep liquidity for the tokens that we look into.
So liquidity considerations, absolutely. I agree with what he said. I think one thing to add there, and total shameless plug for Sal because he spends a ton of time on it, but we run DePIN Ninja. And one of the things that does is it means that we have to aggregate a lot of data from protocols and talk to the teams on how they're operating, what their metrics are. And in that process, I think it also becomes pretty evident what teams have real traction and are willing to share their node information or their data information, and which ones can be a little bit fudgy about it or wishy-washy about it, right? To use a very proper term. And so for us, I think, it's not just understanding how the business itself scales, the levers. For some things like, Helium Network, for example, that might mean consolidating to one token because their token design, while really novel and clever, just created a lot of market confusion, right? It looks at how does the team pivot? Are people building other companies on top of the network, offering cellular plans, for example, right? And so we want to understand the levers of the business, but also I think we look at the raw data, and through that process, I think you can filter out a good amount of noise at the very least.
I have a follow-up, but just doing a quick check. Is Amit from Borderless, did he enter the room? We'll give him a shot to get up on the panel in case he's around here somewhere. He's still not here. No Amit. No Amit. Okay, back to that question. On liquidity, though, because I think this is really important, especially in the sector where you've got a lot of small cap. There are DePIN projects that have been around and had a trading token for years and are small. And so if you're sort of in a rut potentially where your small liquidity doesn't attract investors, and so your liquidity stays thin and you don't get the investors because your liquidity is thin, you're in this sort of cycle. So how do you, as a smaller project, how would you break out of that? Can you give examples of projects that have broken out of that sector, or how do you advise projects which I think a lot of DePIN projects are, frankly, like most trading tokens in DePIN are not super liquid. So how do you break out of that cycle?
Yeah, so I think it's mostly working together with market makers because they are experienced in actually providing the liquidity to the different projects, and that is actually their job, right? So get in touch, or we can put you in touch with good market makers that we work with, and they can for sure help.
Oh, I don't know if you were.
No, I mean, maybe you have a view. I don't know. You're not forced to answer.
No, don't hold me at gunpoint. No, I won't plead the fifth. It's tricky, right? Because to some degree, it is this chicken and egg, and I think we see the cycle happen both ways, where interest hits and then more people want to buy in. Now you have greater liquidity. It becomes more attractive. Larger institutional players come in. The flywheel goes both ways. I think for some of the tokens and some of the projects, working with market makers or people who provide liquidity could be valuable, especially if you're really struggling for liquidity and that prices out even smaller funds. But I think it also it comes back down to these are long-term businesses, right? Like this isn't the really quick rise of DeFi that you might want to see. And so even if the token might be struggling, I think I was at a talk once and somebody said, tokens aren't great because the moment you launch one, every part of the business goes out the window and founders are just fixated on price, right? And I'm not saying that's every founder, of course, but I think one thing is doubling down on building out the actual infrastructure of the business itself, and even generating nominal cash flows from the business, I think does bring in a lot more institutional attention, or at least larger attention, because now you're able to underwrite these businesses a lot better, right? Granted, that means they might have high multiples or other areas that add challenges, but I think that doubling down on building out the infra of the business and becoming profitable with customers at the very least, that's usually a pretty big catalyst for change, I think.
I get the other question there is, you could also look at the low float as an opportunity if there's a way to invest privately, and that will prevent other people from investing, because the corollary is that if float is higher, more investors are probably interested. The token's probably higher in price, right? So, and maybe that's okay, but is there also an opportunity in lower projects that you foresee traction to, that maybe there's a way to kind of do some other structured type of transaction? I don't know if those are things you guys look at, or it's just private early stage boom, or liquid trading buying on the market too.
Yeah, so before we invest, we always get in touch with the team to see whether there is some opportunity to invest privately, because ultimately we want the team to have enough runway, enough resources to deliver on their vision, right? So, of course, like investing on through the open market and supporting maybe the price is helpful for them, right? Maybe, right? Because they would rather have increase in price and but I would say the biggest concern for us is always like the runway and whether the project has enough resources to deliver on the vision, right?
I think for us, mostly in terms of the capital that we deploy, we focus on early stage illiquid and public tokens, usually DePIN public tokens. That being said, I do think that DePIN, especially as a space, creates really interesting like financing vehicles, whether it's like partial debt, partial restructuring, like very interesting financing vehicles. Daylight, for example, is a decentralized energy resource network, and they're utilizing that network to be able to create a debt tranche that can give you a relatively high yield, right? And so while we're not deploying capital there, I think that we're going to see a lot more of these hybrid structures that allow investors to take somewhat in between risk, right? Not just either buying the private deal or buying the public token, but allow you to sort of structure it in between debt and equity as well. I think we're starting to see those models popping up, but I still think it's pretty nascent. So we're still piecing through all of that.
Gotcha. Then related to that, you guys think a project should have one token or have a more complicated capital structure? I'm looking at Vinny on this. He's on the spot.
Dude, I love this question. Okay. Quick lesson on Helium very quickly. I will not whiteboard. I won't draw diagrams, I promise. Basically, they decided when they wanted to launch the mobile subnetwork that they were going to do a multi-token structure, right? They're going to have an IoT token, a mobile token, a main Helium token. And the way that they'd interact is quite complicated, but very clever. It silos risk, so you can add new subnetworks as you want to. It creates one-way redemption, so there's like a built-in hedging market. The challenge is it's just too confusing. Like, it makes theoretical sense, but there aren't enough sophisticated players that are operating in the space. And a lot of what people are buying, speaking of liquidity, when people would see something posted on Twitter that they'd misinterpret, all of a sudden there was massive mispricing between the subsidiary token and the main token. Although in theory, if you actually look at the capital flows, you look at the diagrams, you look at how the business makes money, right? Because they have people selling cellular plans, the design makes total sense. And to me, this was kind of an eye-opening moment, which is theory's great until you actually go and implement it and it breaks. And so I think there is a place for this multi-step token structure. I fear that I think in the Helium example, it might have just been too early. Not enough people knew about it. There wasn't enough activity there to be able to arb the differences that pop up. And so I think early on, the learning is I would stick with a single token.
Keep it simple, stupid.
I would keep it simple, stupid at the beginning, at the very least. But it's also a case-by-case basis, right? Like depending on what you're doing, maybe a complicated structure makes sense. But for people like me, simple, stupid's the best way to go.
I completely agree with this because people are not. They would have to spend a lot of time understanding the complex structure, and in this world where attention is everything, people don't have much time to do that. So the simpler it is, but it has to be functional. So probably that's why the buy and burn model has so much popularity. It is actually working, and it's been adopted quite a lot. Is preferable, right, than just like super complex structures that investors don't have much time and willingness to understand.
Yeah, what I've also seen is a lot of times even founders are not able to explain those structures. So I've been pitched by multiple projects where they want to introduce multi-token model, but then you start whiteboarding with them and they get confused themselves. So that's why I like keep it simple, and then maybe once the project matures, if there's an opportunity, introduce the second token if it makes sense. I think that would be a much better model.
Yeah, I agree. It was a loaded question just because with the amount of tokens out there and the limited attention, you don't have much of a shot. And if you confuse someone, it's just only unhelpful. I would also add, you probably want the model to fit on a page. And if it can't fit on a page, then it's complicated. And is that really adding value? I'm not so sure. A different question. Industries. What sub-sector or have you looked at? I mean, you've mentioned a couple in energy, Vinny. David, you mentioned a variety. Where do you think DePIN is well suited, or where do you find DePIN in particularly interesting?
So for me, it's energy, compute, telecom, like all these sectors, like they've already been disrupted. Like you have multiple players trying to build in that space. So I think those sectors have a lot of opportunities still. Beyond that, I think there are many other opportunities in the drone space, in the weather monitoring space, which I haven't seen being explored a lot. So that's where I would want to see, like, some more innovation.
Yeah, like what I recently am looking into is DePINs that are particularly targeting emerging markets, because I think that's something where DePINs uniquely fit. For example, you guys probably know like Dawn Energy, right? They're doing and sharing internet within US, where there's still many people that are not that don't have like a good quality broadband internet. But now imagine emerging markets like Africa, South America, where there are even less infrastructure available for those people. And if you can bring and incentivize local people to start and share their infrastructure with the local communities, it actually brings them a lot of value. And I'm sure there will be big players in the space that actually target emerging markets in a unique way.
Just 1 second. So David, on that point though, you're effectively talking, I think, a little bit about a leapfrog concept, right? Where you, instead of, digging new fiber pipes to connect XYZ city, people can put up, repeaters or hotspots or line of sight, whatever, that they can then can monetize. So you effectively crowdfund a cheaper infrastructure that you don't rely on centralized companies to do. Is that kind of the concept?
Exactly that, right? Yeah, and ultimately, companies can bring internet to the local people at fraction of what the local internet service providers are offering. Exactly because they are owning and incentivizing the deployment of the underlying infrastructure. So a lot of the revenue actually stays within the country, which is valuable, especially for the government, right, and for the local community.
And the risks, just to handle this for 1 second, though, would be regulation and corruption, which are kind of the barriers to deploying that at scale, I would think, right?
I actually was speaking of the Dawn example.
He's going to be another plug. Get ready.
No, I promise not a plug. But I wanted to highlight that because what you just said, Tom, right, is like really powerful when you think about it, which is you don't need to lay miles and miles of fiber. Like that is a expensive, time-consuming proposition. And so I think the interesting thing about the Dawn side and stuff that excites me personally, and I think us, is when there's also a technological leap. You're talking about leapfrogging. The real leapfrog here, I think, is the ability to beam internet many kilometers from one rooftop to the other using high-frequency radio waves, right? Like that is the technological leap, and then it enables this massive build-out, especially in still developing nations, which I think is cool. Other areas to not, jump on what they're saying. I think compute is very interesting. I know, that we're sort of here, but I do. I think the decentralized compute paradigm is going to be transformational, but I also think that it's significantly oversaturated right now. And so I think there's certain cases in which it makes a ton of sense and works well. We're still sort of piecing through that market because it's massive, as I'm sure you know. I think another area too touched on is robotics. I think that whether it's not just about deploying the robots, but I think DePIN is really, really cool for mapping the world, right? And that doesn't just have to be, a device that's mounted on the car, like a Hive mapper, right, that you're able to drive around and map the roads. But I think that if you have a robot that you want to deploy, it needs to know where it is, what actions it can take, and what the space is that it's in. And so decentralizing mapping by, utilizing the smartphones that people have in their pockets, I think that's very compelling. And I think we're going to see a lot more robotics-related DePINs popping up soon.
Pretty cool. Well, what you missed the opportunity to give a plug to the DePIN Kenya event coming up that you guys are involved with, right?
Yeah, we're hosting.
David gave it to you on a platter, and you didn't mention it.
He did. Okay, so Sal will kill me for that. Thank you for saving me on that one. We're hosting DePIN Summit in Kenya and Zanzibar this year. So if you are interested, please come. You'll be able to see firsthand what he's talking about this technology being applied on the ground in developing nations, leapfrogging current architecture. And we think we've got a great group of speakers, CEOs, founders who are willing to fly to Zanzibar to come and hang out and chat. So
I can't wait to hear all about it.
I hope you should come.
You got other things I can't. I would love to go, but not making it, unfortunately. I hope David's going to go.
David's coming.
Excellent. Well, talk to me also and tell people, we're hearing your perspective on DePIN and what you guys look for, what you don't look for, how that works. But give us another layer up for your investors. What do you explain? What do you hear? What do you have to explain to your investors to get them to invest with you? How well do they understand the space? What makes them invest in the fund? Is it the same? Do you have to high level it? You must have to high level. It's just a question of degree. So is there any insights? Has that changed over the past year? Like how does I'm just kind of curious to give people here some insight about, because everyone here is so close to it. You guys are above it, and then they're even up here. So what does that universe look like? How do they think about this space?
So I think DePIN is easier to explain to our investors because a lot of the DePIN projects, they're solving real world problems, right? So if you explain to them the infrastructure in emerging markets where they skip several generations and directly move on to like this DePIN concept, it's way more easier to explain than explaining just a new blockchain concept.
A new L1 or whatever.
New L1, right? No revenues. So it's very difficult for them to understand, whereas DePIN has been relatively straightforward for us to explain to them.
Yeah, I would completely agree with this. So DePINs have the unique advantage of basically creating better product at a cheaper price, and that is something that investors understand very well compared to some infrastructure product on layer 1, layer 2s that might need a little bit more elaboration why that's actually needed. So I think DePINs have the advantage in this.
I agree. I think they DePIN projects make sense to investors much more than, especially the ones not familiar with crypto, much more than sort of the siloed DeFi ideas. So I think it's definitely a bridge between sort of us deep in the Web3 space and people who have yet to see it. I think DePIN makes a ton of sense in that avenue as well. So in that regard, I think it's been easier than expected to sort of explain and chat about it. I think one of the tough things, though, is reframing what a blockchain is to people who have just kind of heard it on the periphery. Everybody has this idea, and usually they're somewhat wrong. And so I'd like to try to bring it back and say blockchains are coordination layers. And what we're doing is we're enabling trustless coordination across many individuals. And I think when you bring it down to what fundamentally blockchains do, then I think people are able to understand a lot more how it fits in. Otherwise, they're like Bitcoin, but physical, you know?
Right. Yeah, that's a hard one. Well, then what do we in this sector have to look forward to in terms of, the investment side and scale? Think about it like how many tokens do you expect to issue? Do you see a whole bunch of new DePIN projects coming? Do you see revenue growth that's material like 2025, 2026? Kind of what are you excited about? Not sector, not subsector wise, but just sort of like traction wise in this space. Is it more tokens, higher market cap, more revenue? When? Give us some things as to what you're sort of looking forward, some benchmarks, some milestones for this sector that each of you guys think about a little bit.
I can give a really quick answer, which is, I think one of the biggest things we hope for this year and next year is demand. DePIN projects, we've seen supply scale really well with token incentives, but to bring up the example sort of in the compute space, right? You can have a lot of providers, but devs especially are used to a very specific experience, very specific ease. And I think now a lot of these teams have put in the groundwork to abstract away a lot of the crypto, to handle all of the payments so you can easily plug in a credit card, right? And so now I think we're uniquely in a place to start seeing a real pickup in demand. And I think over the course of the next 18 months, that's going to be a big driver for not just DePIN attention, but DePIN adoption.
So hold on, what's the total revenue DePIN Engine now, roughly? Like 10 million, 15 million?
Higher than that. I don't have a number off.
But roughly 20? Whatever, who cares?
Total?
Yeah.
50, probably.
Right. Where's that in a year or two? Does it double, what scale is that going to go up, do you think? Because you're talking about traction, right?
This is not investment advice, and it's my own opinion. Let me start there.
Obviously.
I think we could see an order of magnitude, if not more. I think we're seeing 10x in revenue, maybe 8x, but I think we can see an order of magnitude over the course of the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay, great. That will be. I look forward to that. I hope Fluence is a piece of that as well, helping
Absolutely.
do that as well.
Absolutely. We hopefully a big driving part of it too.
Definitely. David?
Yeah, I look forward to what you guys said already, and that's the revenue that is increasing, and I hope that number will accelerate significantly as the UX gets smoothened out, like crypto and blockchain moves more towards the back end and gets abstracted away. And the products and basically services that are utilizing the DePIN infrastructure would match and exceed the quality of like traditional businesses and offerings. And when that happens, I think the entire DePIN space will explode significantly. So I'm extremely looking forward to that.
Yeah, for me, it's definitely I agree that there is going to be a lot of growth in the next couple of years because a lot of projects have laid the groundwork. One of the things that I'm excited and hopeful for is the data coming out of these networks. Because if you think about the traditional businesses, like for example, telecom network, like all the data about, like, not about the user's personal data, but about the communication patterns and how the network is used is very proprietary. But the data coming out of these DePIN networks will hopefully be open and public and open source, because that helps us make these networks even better.
We are at a time. So you guys, any last comments, words, questions I didn't ask you think I should have? Predictions, fears, threats, wishes? Anything you guys, anyone want to add before we close it down? Not forced to, but I know Vinny's got something to say.
Yeah, always.
Always.
Come to DePIN Ninja or else. No, I'm just kidding. I think like the one thing to add is crypto started sort of as like a separate financial system, and we knew this, right? And we built all this DeFi and we kept it together. I think DePIN is the bridge to external value, right? Like you actually get cash flows from people buying a service in a business, right? Like I think that is a bridge that we in this room start to see, hopefully see, and are very, very hell-bent on making a reality. But I'm excited to have other people see that as well.
You didn't see my intro slides, which literally had a picture of a bridge.
Great
Literally
minds.
a picture of a bridge.
Great minds.
David did see that, though. Anything else from Rakesh or David? Nope. Oh. Great. Well, listen, let's give these panelists a round of applause. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We now have Murphy coming up. There we go. Come on up. Oh, wait. Murphy here from Storx. It would not be appropriate if we did not have storage providers talking at DePIN Day. So Murphy, come on up and tell us about Storx.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dubai. I know you guys are all excited and all exhausted after the day-long presentation. So I'll try to keep it very brief so that I can run through all these important aspects of storage. So once again, hi, my name is Murphy John, and I work for the ecosystem development at Storx. We are basically a decentralized cloud storage platform built on top of XDC. So this has been the storage market for the last few years. If you look at the amount of data that we are generating for the past so many years, the amount of data has been increasing so widely. And in just last 3 years, if you see the amount of data that has grown up, it's grown up phenomenally. This is because the amount of smart devices that has come into the market, its number of IoT devices, smartphones, smart technologies, all of them generating data. And when you have so much of data that is generated, you actually need a good storage, good amount of storage to store them. And not only to store them, but store them securely. This is the cloud storage market. If you look at this market, the market also has been growing very phenomenally. It's one of the best market to be in. So if you look at the CAGR growth, it has been growing at very phenomenal level. But now let's look at, now let's look at another diagram. If you look at the service providers, we have very few service providers who service this requirement. So what happens? If you look at the top 3 service providers, they're almost getting more than 60 to 70% of the market. So what happens if there is such a gap that happens? There are only 3 basic service providers who are providing such a high amount of service. That means it's a seller market and the seller dictates terms. What happens for this? Whenever there is a seller market, they're able to dictate terms, and that's not really good for the buyer. They can set in terms which are really not very nice. They can lock into us into long-term contracts. And these contracts means you end up paying a lot more to this service provider. The other thing is, when you have so much amount of data that is stored at certain service, very few service providers, they become honeypot for all the information. They are storing major information. If you look at the data that is being generated worldwide, personal data or data of business use, these 3 companies end up getting almost all the data. And what does it mean? That means if you have any outages in any of these service providers, you will end up losing a whole lot of data, and this can really create havoc in life. So we're already aware of what happens if an Amazon region goes down in specific area. If there is a downtime, even a few seconds, few hours, that means you end up not getting access to your banking information. The airport services get disrupted. The hospital services get disrupted. And there is whole lot of disruption in the whole life. So we need to really look at alternatives. Also, because so much of data is kept in with certain service providers, it becomes a very honeypot for all the hackers. Hackers can come and hack into this information because these are all the similar service providers. They have similar networks. They have similar infrastructure worldwide. The hackers get to access it easily, and they just need to hack into one data, and they can access the entire infrastructure chain. They can access one region, and they'll have the same kind of infrastructure in the other region. So they can easily hack into the data. So what do we do? This is what happens when there are very few service providers. These are the number of hacks that has happened, or number of data abuses happened just in 2024. So either the data was lost because of ransomware virus, or due to some deletion, or due to semi malfunctioning of the system. So we should look at the system that is really very robust and can outperform anything like this. So these are basically some of the disadvantages of using centralized service providers. You have single point of failures. All these service providers are still using the same traditional way to store your file. They just take your file and store it unencrypted in a single location. There is no lack of privacy. Now, this is also to do something with the various acts that has been enacted by various governments. The governments can just go into any of the service providers and get into the data. Even if you are in terms of US, if you are a US company who's hosting a data outside US, the US government can still get in the data which is hosted outside US. So they have already enacted various acts which is really against privacy. You have escalating costs. So what happens is you start up with all the developers start up with free points or free credits with Amazon, and they end up paying a huge amount of money by the end of 2 years. It's like if you compare your billing starting from the first month to the 36th month, you will see that the amount of money that you're paying is really phenomenal, and you end up losing a lot of money which you've really not accounted for. And the billings are so disrupted, you cannot even compare the bill, and you can go and claim back to them. It's almost like 2 or 3 pages which are of information which you cannot nearly challenge. There is surveillance abuse. As I told you, there's a lot of surveillance that happens in the data because this data is located with 2 or 3 major service providers. Of course, there's data breach and virus attack. So everybody is aware of the kind of malpractice and ransomware effect which happens to the data. Even because of the deletion of the data, it's by accidental deletion, people will lose a lot of data and the business is lost. So what is the easiest way, or what is the ideal storage platform that is required for us? These are some of the features that should be required for an ideal storage platform. We want protection against single point of failure. The first and the foremost thing, the very traditional way in which the data is stored has to be reimagined. So instead of storing your data in one single location as one single file, it has to be distributed, it has to be encrypted and stored. Second one is privacy. The data that we stored in the ISP with all the service providers should specifically belong to users. It should not be liable to be exchanged with anyone. It should not be given to any third parties without your consent. The third is security. As I said, your data should be lying really secure so that nobody can hack into your data. It should be cost effective. As you know, the cloud cost has been escalating really very fast. It should be easy to use and scalable. So what do we have? So we have Storx Network. This is basically an innovative decentralized cloud storage platform. So we are built on top of XDC network, and we have been in the market for the past 4 years. We started in 2021, and that's why we have the beta version. And now we're live with the mainnet.
Data is the new oil. Every day, we save gigabytes of data. Photos, spreadsheets, videos, files you want to share, and files you don't want to share. But have you ever thought about whether your data was safe?
Your data is safe with us. It's encrypted and only you can access it. As long as there are no regulatory moves, only until the next hacker finds a vulnerability in the system.
The point is, your data was never safe. Should you stick with storage solutions that don't take your data seriously? Or switch to breakthrough solutions built on cutting-edge technology that is unhackable? Introducing Storx, the world's leading blockchain-powered distributed cloud storage system for your personal data. Any data you upload on Storx doesn't sit in one central location like traditional cloud storage. Heck, it doesn't even exist as a single file. Every piece of data you upload is first encrypted with a private key known only to you. Then it's broken into thousands of unrecognizable fragments, and multiple copies of each fragment are generated to ensure high redundancy. And finally, these fragments and their copies are stored across hundreds of independent storage nodes spread across the world. We or they can't ever peek into your data. To access your data, all you have to do is log into the platform. Your private key gets activated, and your data is retrieved and assembled for easy access. Storx is as simple as cloud storage you're used to, but only miles ahead when it comes to security, privacy, and data ownership. We might have eliminated any room for your data to be stolen, censored, or shared with third parties. Oops, sorry cybercriminals and big tech. Ready to take back control of your data? Try Storx today.
So basically what we do is we have very high level of the way in which we are storing the data is totally different. What we do is whenever a user is uploading the data on the user's devices itself, we lock the file with the private key, and this private key remains very unique to all the users. Once the data is encrypted, we send it across to the platform where it's broken down into multiple chunks. We replicate those chunks and then we distribute it to the network of nodes that we have. So that means because of using this kind of architecture, we're able to provide you a very high level of security, privacy, resiliency, and encryption. Your data always remains with you. Nobody can ever hack into your data or get the access to your data. Even if someone is able to snoop into your data or get an access to the node service providers, they'll only be getting few fragments of data which is encrypted and which really is not any useful for them. They'll never be able to identify which is the next node which is having that data, and they can get an access to the data. So this is what we do basically. We're also very cost effective and environment friendly. We are built on top of XDC network, which has one of the very high level of energy efficiency. This ensures that our data is really very private, secure. This is the GUI that we have. We have a very user-friendly GUI. You can just log in with a username and password, and that's it. And we have one of the highest number of integrations. We have 50 applications almost where we are integrated. So we work with major applications where you can store your data, where you can back up your data, and it's very simple. You need not even know that there's a Web3 system which is working behind. For users, we have like login-based system, and for the developers, we have APIs and SDKs which they can just access and send in the data and receive the data. We also have we are also coming up with specialized integrations like Google Workspace, Kubernetes, and WordPress, where we can easily access, where you can easily back up your data, complete data automatically of Google Workspace, Kubernetes workloads, or WordPress. This is one of the live cases that we have. We have a client whom we work with. This is basically a very well-known IoT-based company, SaaS company, which is based up in Canada. So what they did was they were requiring a solution that would be very flexible, very low in cost, and we were able to offer them a solution that's like very robust. Since we don't have time, I will not get into it, but they were almost able to save 50% of their hosting cost. And because of the cost savings that they have, they were able to offer the services at a cheaper rate to the end customers. So that was like a win-win for both of us. This is our network. Basically, we have 117,000 users whom we have already secured. We have 2,500 nodes we've already working with, and we have 5 petabyte of storage we've already deployed on. These are our partners. Basically, we are partners with Mobi, IFTA, XDCC, Fitme, and Gima, and these are the exchanges where we are listed with. We have a token called SRX for the past 4 years. This is some of the press releases that we had. And this is somewhere we have been listed with. So we are always listed as one of the top storage performance company. We are associated with DePIN Hub, DePIN Union, Alchemy, MarketSquare. This is how our token has been performing, and that's it. So you can sign up to store your data, or you can be a node operator and you can start earning SRX tokens. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Appreciate it. Excuse me.
Any questions?
Any questions? No question. Oh, one question. Here we go.
So we need cloud storage solutions. We're currently using like AWS.
Yeah.
Can you cut costs for us and also make things more secure?
So we can provide you storage, which is an S3 replacement. So we don't do computing. We specifically focus on storage. So if you use a solution, we can help you cut your cost by 50 to 60%. And there'll be no egress cost for you. So you don't have to worry about it. There's only single storage cost that is there.
Great. Thank you very much. Up next, we have Robin, founder of Wingbits. Come on up. Robin, this is a DePIN use case no one here predicted. It's one of the great parts about being in DePIN is you learn about industries you had no idea that existed and no idea how big they were. So open people's minds, Robin.
Thank you so much for having me. I guess I'll give it a second for the presentation to come up. But before the presentation come up, hey everybody, glad to be here. My name is Robin, co-founder, CEO of Wingbits. And what we're doing with Wingbits is we're building the future of flight tracking. So just to give a little backstory of how flight tracking actually works. So have you ever used a flight tracking app like Flight Radar, FlightAware, or whatever? All the data you see is actually being collected currently in a decentralized fashion by volunteers. They send this data to the bigger networks who in return sell it and make hundreds of millions of dollars a year, giving nothing back to the volunteers. So we wanted to change that. And if you look at the flight tracking industry, It's about $22 billion industry made up of a few different segments. But aviation is under immense pressure from like increased congestion. You have drones, planes, advanced air mobility, all encroaching. And no one currently is prepared to handle that infrastructure that's needed. And that's where we come in. So another thing with ADSB data, which I think is super relevant for DePIN projects in general, is that it's really easy to benchmark if you have good or bad data. If you aggregate data, how do you prove that it's the true data? Where's the source of truth? And that's what we're doing. It's regulated. All planes across the world have to transmit this signal. We've seen since US regulated the data, the revenue for the other networks have increased upwards of 200% since 2021 due to increased use cases, especially in regards to AI. The problems that we have is that when you have a volunteer-based model, there's no incentive. So it doesn't matter if you put a good antenna up, a bad antenna, one or many, you're not going to get anything extra for going the extra mile, which means the overall networks, even though they have a lot of stations, each station on average is really poor. When we benchmark, we perform more than twice as good per stations as the existing networks. And the thing with aviation is a super conservative, there's been no innovation for 10 to 15 years. So we're coming in with a brand new model, and we're going to be much better able to scale where the industry is going. So what we're doing, we use the DePIN model, reward people based on performance. We also have much more security on the network side. So that means we can come into a space that is currently 22 billion. We can provide a better model, but we can provide infrastructure that is actually better than what's feeding all of the aviation today, essentially putting us in a position to take majority market share because everything is much higher quality. On the traction side, we started in December 2023. We had paying customers within 6 months. So we sell data to the aerospace industry, financial industry, aviation analytics, aviation leasing companies, and also for carbon counting. We launched our first satellite with SpaceX March 14th of this year. It's now tracking planes from space. We're launching another one later this year, and next year we're launching about 10. We have about 3,000 live stations collecting 8 billion events per day. We have 4,000 on back order, seeing about 50 onboardings per day. So we're going to reach global coverage end of this year, which means we're growing about 6 to 7 times faster than any network has grown in the past. This is just a snapshot of the community. And really what this highlights is when you actually give people something to do something, they go way out of their way. We have some, actually I met some of our deployers here today. We have people hosting 80 to 90 of these devices. In the other, there he is, yes, amazing, so good. But like in the other networks, you don't get anything. There's no reason to deploy more than one. This is just a snapshot of the station deployments in the US and Europe. Currently focusing heavily on the MENA region, Southeast Asia, and Latin America. And this is just a snapshot of the planes over Europe and Dubai right before I started this talk. We're tracking about 150,000 unique flights real time per day. And if you look at the competition, because every network that has started simply copied the existing model, they're left with the same problem. The biggest thing is uptime suffers, and latency suffers. And latency is super important for many use cases because you need high-speed data for real-world use cases. And the only way you can get that is having a secure network where you don't get attacked by a bunch of fake data, spoof data, and trash data. So we're in a really good position here to essentially outcompete all the existing players. Where we're focusing now is heavily on network growth. When we reach global coverage, we have about a $14 million customer pipeline we can execute on. Going to reach that coverage end of year. We're doing a lot of platform enhancement. That's both from functionality, making it useful for travelers, but also from partnerships, essentially allowing you for many different utilities in platform, like convert tokens to air miles, fast track passes, lounge passes, but also things like eSIMs. After that, we're going to be able to scale revenue quite fast this year, and before we launch mainnet, hopefully end of summer. And what we do with the revenue, push 50% of the revenue back to the community for buyback and burn, put some in treasury and some to cover OpEx. But we want to make sure to find a fair model where we build with the community instead of on the back on the community. So that's pretty much it. Happy to take any questions or chat with anyone afterwards. Thanks so much for having me, Tom. Amazing event. Appreciate it.
Wow. Thank you. I mean, that was the fastest presentation we had. We just have a new record here. So there must be questions. Who's got questions here? No. Yeah, I thought we'd have a question. Here we go.
Jay, Passive Crypto Income. Great presentation. You mentioned that you're trying to solve a problem that no one else is trying to solve, which is the volunteers are maintaining, this flight tracking network, which is crazy to hear that this global network is being managed by volunteers who sit in their home and put up antennas. What problems do you see with this volunteer network that Wingbits is trying to solve? Because that's, I think, a key point in Wingbits. It's trying to fix that existing problem.
Yeah, I think we solve problems on both the supply side and on the demand side. On the supply side, the main issue we see now in flight tracking is, one, there's no clear strategy to grow in specific regions for the existing networks because they have to just wait and hope someone pops up. But also, the average flight tracker is an older male on average, and they're having a really hard time attracting new people to flight tracking, so it essentially becomes a dying industry. We're targeting a different crowd, the Web3 younger crowd, so pretty much I think 95% of all our miners brand new to flight tracking. So it's good for the ecosystem in aviation. On the demand side, the main problem we're solving is more better uptime, but also more granular coverage in areas where they struggle. But in aviation now, there's a big problem with GPS jamming, data spoofing, and fake data in general. So thanks to our security, we're in a position where that is much harder to do. So we're actually delivering higher quality data, which is now needed for flight delay prediction models, carbon counting, gate slot optimization. So it just gives a better base to essentially optimize the industry for.
Can you just review, like, how can the existing competitor, the existing centralized companies compete with you? Like, normally we're thinking about how DePIN can compete with the traditional infrastructure, but it sounds, the offering sounds super compelling. So how will they compete with what you guys have to offer?
So I think, if you look at Flight Radar, they're owned by Raytheon. They were purchased for $400 million a couple of years ago. They are not in a good position to do any major pivots, especially not into Web3. And when we essentially found the problem, we tried to figure out what's the best solution to this problem. We thought about a regular rev share, fiat, but based on the banking regulation and how it works, it's impossible to reward a global community with microtransactions, either do it cheap or hassle-free. So this is really the only viable solution currently. So I think they would have to change, but the issue they have there is that the existing flight tracking community is very skeptic to crypto. So for them to make a complete switch, they're essentially at risk of losing their entire existing community. And I don't think they're in a position to do it. But I also think the good thing about being in crypto sometimes is that people think, oh, this is just a, some little meme project. So it essentially allows you to fly under the radar, no pun intended, so to speak. So I think they're disregarding us still. But now I know we have more and more customers working with some bigger airlines. So we're starting to kind of get some traction or where they maybe realize that this is actually a real business.
What is a success in terms of revenue for you in pick your year, in 2 years? What you want to hit to help people understand kind of the opportunity here?
I mean, I think within this year we can probably be somewhere around 2 to 2.5 million ARR. I'd say end of next year we can probably reach 4 to 5 on a conservative side based on the pipeline we have already.
Awesome. More questions? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. I find the value model really interesting because it's such a large community and that could be so powerful. How do you think about who would be the stakeholders involved in the incentive model? And how would you, if you have thought about that, I know it's a big project, how would you make sure that the community keeps on going and you don't have to sell out at some point?
Yeah, so what we wanted to try to figure out early on, obviously, was like, how can the interest between the community and company be aligned, which is why we wanted to do rev share. But the way essentially a crypto company is set up with the foundation, it's really poorly set up for any type of acquisition. So we kind of took that out of the equation to begin with. based on how it's set up, because the community is essentially owns everything, and then we have a development lab that does products, right? But what we're doing with the community is constantly trying to figure out how do we reward them properly, but also how do we keep them in the loop and be transparent, because when you start a company, you think you know everything and you know nothing. So we've made multiple changes, quite big changes, and I think they've worked really well because we've done a good job with the community of explaining why. And also, for example, we started with one hardware model, we switched to another. We gave out $50,000 worth of hardware for free to the people that were there, because the community is the foundation of your entire project. And I think that's where we spend the most of our time figuring out how do we keep their interests in mind at all times. But I don't know if to answer your question, but I think for any DePIN is solid crypto economics, good rewards, and you need to have revenue. If the revenue is not there, no one is going to benefit long term. Yeah. Thanks for the question.
Great. Any more questions for Robin as I look around here? Yes, we do. Another one.
So I hope it wasn't covered because I didn't see the full presentation. But where do you guys, is all the data stored on chain or?
No, so currently, because of the latency requirement for the customers, we cannot store, the only data we can store on chain is the devices. We cannot store any of the flight data on chain because we have a sub-second latency delivering the live stream, so it wouldn't make sense. And we're collecting about over a terabyte a day. It's a lot of data. So we were, at this stage, very much Web 2.5, I would say. We use the rewards or the token mainly as an enabler to build infrastructure. And over time, they will become more decentralized. But we have to first and foremost figure out how do we serve the customers the way they want so we can generate revenue. So no data on chain except the device IDs.
Okay. And is there, then back to the individual rewards, is there like a sweet spot for the amount of deployments that you'll have and still an acceptable price for people to keep on running, but that's at the same time realistic to cover with real yield and not inflation? You have that point in mind, or?
Yeah, I mean, my background is not Web3, so I've had to do a lot of learnings. I've started a bunch of regular companies, but we took a lot of learnings from Helium. Yeah. There was a big problem with oversaturation, so that's why we did a big change in the rewards algorithm, because we saw actually during testnet now that there was a few people earning a lot and a lot of people earning nothing. So what we did is we're now using Google's PageRank algorithm to evaluate each station versus stations around. And that essentially enabled us to balance rewards, which means you can deploy anywhere, whether it's saturated or not. And as long as you're performing better or pretty good compared to other people, it's worthwhile. But we do have a limit to one miner per location on a resolution 6 hexagon, which is about 3.5 miles wide. So we do want to limit somewhat, but there will be some saturation in some areas, which is why we changed the algorithm.
And what's the sweet spot ROI that you aim for? It's like 1 year, 1.5 years?
I mean, I think the faster the better, but at some point fast is unreasonable. I'd say between 9 months is probably a good. 9 to 12 would be a nice sweet spot for me. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Any more questions? Do we have a final question? Going once, going twice. All right, Robin. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Great. Round of applause for Robin. So check that up. Okay, guys, we're gonna move. We're gonna have Juan be last, so we're gonna move the panel up now. So if you are part of the DePIN panel, make DePIN and make AI more scalable and trustless, please come up. Could we set up the panel, please? Evgeny, are you around? No, Evgeny. Oh, sorry. We have Ayush. Are you here? I think I saw Ayush for sure. Daniel, are you around? Do we have the panel components here? We're surprising you. We're seeing if anyone is ready to come on a little bit early. JC, are you here? JC, Ayush, anybody? Let's see. Well, yeah, we're switching to have the panel now. Is anybody? Maybe throw the panel photos up, see if anybody comes down for this. We have a traffic delay, so we're trying to move this panel forward because
we got some energy up. Because I don't know if you've seen, I've been in the little corner there just interviewing 16 founders today already. So somehow I'm here still kicking. So thriving and surviving. Well, thanks so much for guys for still sticking around. There's an amazing DePIN Day here in Dubai. It's pretty hot outside. I think it's around 40 something degrees. So it's actually quite nice to be here. Much better than being outside. Let's talk about DePIN, AI, and any other hype word out there. Let's start by introducing you guys. I think you have Fluence, Huddle01, IONET, all the 3 projects I already had on the podcast as well on deepinhub.io. And really cool projects, really pushing forward the boundaries of things that you can do on a decentralized infrastructure. But I'll let you guys start by introducing your project in a brief way.
Here we go. Oh, here we go. No. Hi, I'm Kate. I lead partnerships for IONET. And so for those who may not be as familiar with IONET, we are a decentralized GPU network. So we work with data centers and individual providers around the world to aggregate GPUs and CPUs and primarily serve the Gen AI and AI builders in the space who may not be able to get their hands on NVIDIA GPUs or don't want to work directly with AWS. So we're definitely here to support the DE/AI ecosystem. Nice to meet you guys.
Hey everyone, I'm Ayush. I'm one of the co-founder and CEO of Huddle01. Huddle is a bandwidth-based DePIN network. Essentially, that means that anything low latency, high bandwidth could be powered via our infrastructure, building for the last 4 years, especially solving for the biggest problem in the bandwidth space, which is egress cost. That means data out cost, which happens via these hyperscalers. And in that, we are focused towards RTC, which is real-time communication. That means human-to-human communication, AI-to-human communication, AI-to-AI communication is what essentially Huddle01 focused towards. And then essentially using our network for things beyond just RTC towards things like more things like that. And we have our own app on top of our own infrastructure to output that, which is very similar to Zoom or Google Meet. It's an app called Huddle01 Meet, which can power powers any kind of audio and video conferencing calls. And we have more than 150,000 users on that platform, and it's been used all around the world. So yeah, that's what.
Hey, I'm Evgeny, co-founder of Fluence. We build a decentralized cloud computing platform, which we also call cloudless platform because it's kind of alternative to big cloud providers like Amazon, Google, Azure. So we're basically aggregating compute power, hardware devices, like hardware from multiple professional providers across the globe that run servers and data centers. We, aggregate it together and then provide cloud services on top of it. And basic cloud services, just the virtual servers, which we essentially in Web3, which people mainly use to run nodes. So you can basically run any kind of Web3 protocols using our infra as alternative to big cloud providers or bare metal, at much cheaper price, essentially.
Nice. Thank you for the introduction. So one thing that when we start talking about decentralized infrastructure, there's like Fluence has been in the space for many, many years, since like 2017. Then of course, in 2019, we had Helium that started having like edge devices, IoT devices out there. And that's kind of like when I think that the idea of DePIN start to emerge, decentralized wireless, there's like many different names. And now we end up getting to DePIN. And then, like recently in the last couple of years, we have this idea of AI. It really like got everyone by storm. And okay, how can we actually start building this AI infrastructure on a decentralized way? I would like to ask you guys, what is the advantage of DePIN for AI in terms of security, scalability, and decentralization?
You want to start from me?
Sure.
There's different layers there. Modern AI is always about, there's some data that needs to be collected and prepared and labeled to serve as a training data set to create a model. Then there are foundational models being built And then you take these foundational models and then you fine tune them based on your target business data or like your use case. Then you start running this model and do inference and get a request response from the model. And then essentially DePIN can be helpful on any step of this sequence. There are different protocols helping at different step. You can run data collection, you can crowdsource data from multiple devices, and this could be like a DePIN protocol. You can run models or fine-tune models on aggregated GPU power. You can have AI agents that would run on a CPU machines, also aggregated, or like on user devices. It's actually a bunch of different use cases, but maybe you guys can go deeper into.
Yeah, and then sort of building on top of that, for a lot of the market that we serve is anyone that's going from a seed to up to the S&P area. And a lot of the founders that I speak with, they're being absolutely killed by their cloud and computing bills. So one of the big things that I think DePIN opens up through our price availability is providing that premium product and the premium services to the builders in the space as well. So for those who can't get access to an AWS sales rep, DePIN is here. You can go in and spin up a cluster on your own in a matter of minutes, and only use what you pay for what you use through a pay-as-you-go model, rather than being locked into an AWS enterprise agreement or contract, and also the scalability as well. And then finally, of course, price, which is one of the big reasons why I wanted to join IONET, was working with so many small businesses, or scaling businesses, and seeing how much of their fundraising and budget was going to cloud compute, and seeing the area for DePIN to come in and help solve a lot of these problems.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from the bandwidth perspective, what we have seen is just doing some research into it, and the reason why also OpenAI works so closely with Azure in general is that the egress cost is so high, because when you're chatting, a lot of people don't like to text when they're talking to a chat GPT. They want to talk via voice. And when you talk via voice, there is a lot of data in and data out, which happens via hyperscalers. The more data out that happens via hyperscalers, the more costing it charges OpenAI. So just when people wanted to basically just do prompts when the ChatGPT was at its peak, just in that couple of months' time, they had more than $25 million of bill just on data out. That means the bill which they generated just on the egress cost. And very interestingly, the money which Azure pays to an ISP provider is almost $1, and it charges almost $80. It's an 80x multiplier just for the markup of bandwidth, which is literally insane. So that's first, the cost, where DePIN can really help. That means if you're doing a call if you're wanting to chat with the GPT and you are in Germany, the server should not be in Virginia. It should be in Germany itself, in Berlin itself. And by doing so, your egress cost decreases by 90%. That means the overall cost becomes so cheaper. That's first. Second, it becomes way more performant. Just give an example. If you're in Bangladesh or in any other APAC region of the world and you wanted to chat with GPT via voice, you will see that the latency is pretty high. It will not give you a response in milliseconds or in second. It will take 5 to 10 seconds. And the reason is that it routes through that central server and comes back. And that's where DePIN comes in. If you are in Bangladesh, the chat GPT itself can have these nodes which are running in Bangladesh itself, making sure that the people have better kind of UI UX when they are essentially chatting with this AI agent. So these two majorly, more first on the economical angle and second on the performance angle, is where I believe DePIN could be very performant for any consumer-based AI which is being used right now.
And when you're trying to build a decentralized AI network, what are the main challenges, like technical challenges that you have? There are so many, right? You need to of course, someone has a 4090, has the 24 gigs of RAM, but then you need to have an H100. Nobody really has an H100 at home. And also, how are you going to actually make all them small providers work together with latency, bandwidth, etc., right? What are the main technical challenges that you guys have building a decentralized AI network? I think mainly for IONET.
Oh, On the technical side, I'm not entirely sure, but I know that getting data centers and the supply side comfortable with accepting tokens, that's one of the first and major hurdles, and scaling up the network. So yeah, that's a big one. Not the technical question answer.
I think from our side, I was talking to one of the founder of Parasail as well about this. I think one of the biggest things our challenge has been is to have these SLAs, service level agreements, with this bigger players. So we can demonstrably prove to these bigger level players like OpenAI and others that yes, our network is really good, but you need to have a 99% SLA uptime and all those things. And for that, what you require is an incentive design in a manner which can essentially support that. So yeah, the biggest problem for us has been not more towards the technical aspect of things, but majorly towards the incentive alignment to make sure that there could be a SaaS level kind of guarantees which these bigger monoliths and companies use for that. But yeah, our network could be used for all the different kind of aspects. It's just that how does it scale to a B2B level for an organization to use? That's something which I think all the DePIN should come together and essentially think on.
Yeah, I think on technical challenges, GPUs became sort of commodity already. Like last year, we had a shortage of modern GPUs like H100, but now we see that it's been, a lot of providers now have it, and prices go down, which is great. Oh, hey. So prices go down, and a lot of providers have it, and essentially technical challenges convert into business challenges overall. Now you have to compete among hundreds of providers, and everyone positioned themselves a little bit different. So like a DePIN network is in this sense not really very different from just the centralized providers from the product perspective. So that's why every DePIN protocol tries to find this right balance of features, or maybe some advantages that they offer with their GPU capacity. But as overall, DePIN, I would say, just gives better price versus centralized providers because of crowdsourcing and because of token incentives on top of it. So we have the leverage here.
Yeah, for sure. Would you like to introduce yourself for the crowd?
Hi. Sorry, I think this started early, or I'm late. I don't know. Sorry about that. I'm Prabal. I'm one of the co-founders of Avail. At Avail, we are building horizontally scalable blockchain infrastructure, and we want to make Web3 very much scalable so that people don't have to understand that they are interacting with blockchains at all.
Nice. And one thing that I think is very interesting is how I believe that these massive data centers, they have very powerful GPUs. And how do you see the future on DePIN plus very localized, very small LLMs running on the edge?
I think as soon as, sorry if I'm barging in, but
go for it.
But as soon as more of these infrastructure becomes verifiable, we will see a lot of proliferation of smaller players inside of it. Right now, the entire system of AI is very much reputation based, right? So it took years of research for someone like DeepSeek to come and disrupt a market. It took a lot of state funding to actually go ahead and do it. So it's a very much high investment kind of a game, and it takes a lot of social capital, not just financial capital, but also a lot of social capital to come ahead and do something like this. As soon as we have more and more verifiable AI infrastructure out there, we can see a lot of not only enterprise grade but home grade services coming into the fray, because the end user needs guarantees that the response that it is getting is coming from something legit, right? So I think that will help a lot with all of this DePIN infrastructure that these guys are building, because it is going to make these interactions not only unique and value proposition based, but also verifiable.
Yeah. So one thing that I was going to ask, the question that I was asking before is what do you guys think about LLMs running on the edge? on DePIN devices?
Yeah, I think LLMs on the edge is kind of tricky because it's not very different from any other software on the edge. It makes sense from like as idea, right? I sit, close to Ayush. Probably if his phone has certain, data or LLM or certain bot, it's good for me to kind of connect to his phone, not to remote cloud. But the world doesn't work this way. So I would connect to the station, the tower, and probably the tower would provide me the model or some cache. It might be the solution when essentially the tower sort of has the index of which phone has which LLM. If I'm looking for some LLM call, I would discover it via the tower, and then it would do inference through his phone. But I think it's all like I would love to see this, working in action. I mean, it's very interesting models, and it may bring efficiency, especially for data-heavy use cases. But I just don't. I think I haven't seen it in action much, because it's the way internet is built so far. It always gravitates to these data centers and high throughput wires, and all the data-heavy things, especially like YouTube, TikTok, they all come in from data center servers.
I would just like to say that a lot of these LLMs today are all general purpose. That is, they kind of know it all. Whereas I think in the future we will see a lot of these models which are very specific information based. And when there are a lot of these application specific LLM sets that is in production, you will see aggregators on top. So you will see a lot of these aggregators who have vendors, so to say. So if you think about today, like Amazon doesn't actually sell all the products that is listed there, right? So would you say that it is marketplace on the edge? Maybe it is, right? Because on my home, if I have 100 materials there, I can be a seller on Amazon. Whether I will get the same traffic as Amazon's actual warehouse, maybe no, but I can still do it. And I think that will happen, but the technology has to evolve a lot. Today, it's not possible for my laptop to actually host any valuable LLM, and that's why it is not possible. That's one. And the second is there is not much sharding which has been taught in the LLM space till now. But we have seen with databases, right? So databases early on were all centralized. Then we saw distributed databases, and then we saw decentralized databases. Some might argue that blockchains are just decentralized databases, but we might see the same there. I don't know, but it's possible.
Exactly.
Yeah, actually, one more thought. I think we actually can see positive movements into LLMs at the edge, and all this like a peer-to-peer economy when we have actually better peer-to-peer connectivity. Like we need those DePIN protocols who work on bandwidth and on the connectivity, like Helium or so, right? With this way, we would have better connectivity between devices and like laptops and everything, and we would have better utilization of these resources. But without, like, if you just try to do it in an area where there's no such peer-to-peer connectivity network, it's going to be hard.
Definitely, it's going to be very, very hard. Let's say, when do you guys think there's going to be something as big as OpenAI or DeepSeek running only on a decentralized infrastructure?
I mean, if you want to ask me, I would say it might be tomorrow. It might never be there at all. It depends on, like, again, I don't know all the work that is being done. Theoretically, yes. I have seen work being done on distributed LLMs. I think that we even saw, I was judging one hackathon, and in that hackathon, someone had done this, that it has two agents, and based on the query, it routes to a particular agent, and then they take the aggregate information, they put a rank score on top, and then they respond it back. Doable, but whether it's industry grade or not, whether it's DeepSeek grade or not, what the benchmarks that it can hit, I'm not so sure. But like the space is moving so fast that disruption can come any moment. Maybe someone is working and is just about to announce that markets are about to crash again.
Yeah, you never know, right? Because I wonder, like, there's a lot of, when you're building this big models as well, how like it's really hard to distribute the processing into smaller, graphic cards. Or like, for example, now NVIDIA has like 768 gigabytes little computer. In the more and more, you're going to have the more and more, like, bigger and bigger models. Do you know if IONET has a way to cluster those memories together to be a bigger model, or do they need like a lot of like smaller graphic cards to run just on those memory blocks?
That's a good question. It is something that we're working on. So it's something I think our foundation is studying along with a couple of other partners in the space. But I think it's going to be coming like pretty soon. So.
Yeah, because it's definitely a really, really hard thing to do, right? I think the world needs a way that we can cluster together this massive amount of memories to really run massive models.
Yeah, I think like there are many ways to look at it, but one is that the amount of hardware that you can co-locate together and make sure that bus speeds are no longer a constraint is very hard, right? So you will see, like, if you see at the bus speeds developing over time from DDR1 to DDR6 maybe is the latest. The improvement have been huge, but the timeline has also been big. In terms of software, the amount of improvement over time in terms of software or instructions per surface area versus the amount of memory and CPU that you can use, it's not increased much. I mean, even in the last 2 to 3 years, the amount of clock speed that one processor can have inside a consumer grade hardware has not been improved by much. I mean, they might know a lot more than I do here, but that is a definite problem in terms of communication rather than computation. And you can scale computation as much, but at the end of the day, what he was mentioning, it will be a communication problem all the way along rather than just being compute.
And then when you're integrating like AI into DePIN, what are the main, let's say, security and privacy considerations you have to have, right? Like, for example, if you're running a DeepSeek and you ask something about China, it's going to have some like, oh, I cannot answer this. And then when you start building on a decentralized ways, you still need to guarantee that some sort of like privacy and security and things that you shouldn't necessarily allow the person to run on IONET, for example.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of demand for TEEs from our ecosystem as well. And then to your point about privacy as well, we're seeing a lot of users who want to use like DeepSeek, for instance, for training or fine tuning, but they don't want to rely on DeepSeek themselves to run the model. So that's why we launched our own inference API built on top of IONET's GPUs, where we host the DeepSeek model itself. And we've created a solution so that you don't, you can ask whatever you want in a privacy safe way. So yeah, those are a couple of things that we're like seeing from our customers today and the ways that we're solving for it. But what about you guys?
Yeah, I think from our side, we have been seeing interesting trend where we recently launched a AI therapist kind of, which essentially joins a Huddle One call, and people can join that call and can just chat with that therapist in a latency of less than 30 milliseconds. That's been doing pretty well. And for doing that on the privacy angle, we have something called as insertable streams, which we use so that the call remains end-to-end encrypted. We tried FHE in general, but it's pretty slow to make sure that it can do calls in a real-time fashion. But yeah, insertable streams, which is one of the native WebRTC-based protocol elements, is able to handle that for now. But yeah, over time, if FHE scales pretty well, that's something which we'll be using for doing any kind of AI to human communication or AI to AI-based communications. Yeah.
I would just like to add one point. I think I was on another panel just here on this stage, and Ismail from Lagrange said an interesting thing. He said that we are seeing a peak of the number of parameters that LLM models are needing to handle. So it's peaking around 50 to 80 billion parameters, and we are not seeing that increase. But over the last 2 to 3 years, the amount of improvement that we have seen in ZK is increasing at a much, much faster rate. And I know that today it is not possible. Something like them, what they mentioned is absolutely crucial, right? If you ask a developer today, They will say that don't sell me all this vaporware. Tell me what I can do today and what can I encode today. Don't tell me like ZK will be powerful in 3 years' time. But I think there are good signs that is happening. The rate of improvement that we are seeing in different fields, if we want to merge them together, we have to see their relative speeds. And ZK's relative speed is a bit higher today. And that's why there might be a light at the end of the tunnel. But again, I can only bet.
Yeah, absolutely. And how do you see DePIN AI going to the next few years, right? Comparing to the centralized ways. Because like you said before, AI is moving so fast. Then if you everything that you're trying to do in a decentralized way, it's usually much slower because it has so many more complexities around. How do you see the DePIN AI, being as fast as the regular AI centralized architectures right now?
Yeah, I think big part of it gonna be just incentivized data collection, because like crypto is native for incentivization of crowdsourcing data from people wherever it's useful. When you train a model, I don't know, like to recognize people's faces, people essentially like submit their photos, their selfies for some tokens, or like points even, not tokens yet. So this is always going to be useful for AI because, in AI, people struggle with labeling certain pictures or video streams, and incentivization of this helps a lot. But on the actual running of models, I'm not sure that actually DePIN going to be very different. I think we're going to be running all the same models, like open source models, and very similar. It's just alternative infra.
No, I think that's absolutely point on, but I would present another angle to it. I think right now, rollups are being thought about as verifiable servers, right? So if you think of existing rollup models today in production, they are nothing but verifiable servers. There is a single server. It does all the computation. It does all the hard work. It's just that all the things that it does, it's somehow verifiable. The more of the move around all the DePIN infrastructure might be around making a single centralized server, but having things verifiable. And there will be a lot of these distributed infrastructure that will be there, a decentralized infrastructure set, which will make sure that it remains verifiable. The moment a centralized server doesn't remain verifiable, a lot of things can kick off, and it can already turn into a decentralized model later.
I think from my side, I think more towards bandwidth side of things, I think DePIN AI might have a way better chance of decreasing the overall egress cost as compared to using a centralized hyperscalers. And that's why I think DePIN could be used a lot towards. I was really bamboozled when I knew the amount of egress cost which ChatGPT has to pay to Azure right now. It's literally off the charts, and the kind of markups which these biggest players of hyperscalers have, which the money which they pay to ISP and the money which they charge to ChatGPT is literally insane. And I think those egress costings could go down a lot over the coming years by using these bandwidth-based networks.
I think the next challenge, piggybacking off of that, is going to be getting to the point where DePIN has the solutions that are enterprise ready and ready for OpenAI. So the compliant, and all of the things in place that will pass due diligence at OpenAI and some of these the major companies out there. So it becomes a bit of a go-to-market challenge as well, in order to make sure that we can actually get there and fulfill the vision of a truly decentralized AI.
And for the last question, what are the things that you're mostly excited about DePIN in a decentralized way?
Okay, so one thing I actually want to see, I keep saying it at every DePIN day until it's gonna be built. It's actual autonomous AI agents on DePIN. Like someone should build the AI agents that self-replicate themselves and do some work, and survive and pay for their bill for the servers they are hosted on. And I think this is fun. This is actual autonomous agents that live independently from humans if they can pay for themselves.
I think that's neurons, right? They're trying to do something similar to that.
Yeah, I would go on to say that one of the things I was much excited about even before DePIN as a word came about is about gaming, right? So if you think about the gaming industry, a lot of the games are being run on client side. It was tried that this client side compute will be turned into server side. A lot of the biggest gaming companies in the world tried that, but they weren't able to scale the infrastructure side of it. The compute didn't scale, the bandwidth didn't scale, the experiences didn't scale as much. And hence you would see that Google, Microsoft, they all had to shut it down. Sony had to shut their effort down. I think if we could resurrect, because gaming is a big industry, right? I think it's a $45 billion industry, if not more. And if we can include DePIN infra inside existing gaming industries, and it is a lot of compute heavy, it is also commute sensitive in terms of latency and all. If we can do some of that, it will be a big win for the DePIN industry in general.
I think from my side, DePIN in space is something which I really think about a lot on. Optic fiber cable lines are distributed only in certain parts of the world, and the internet was built not to optimize for speed, but to optimize for economics, that how cheap can it be. And that's the reason why we have so many optic fiber cable lines, but not in all the places in the world. In fact, there are a couple of places in Japan where you cannot even have a optic fiber cable lie down because it disrupts the aquatic life and all those things. Plus, the way Starlink is working towards building a proper satellite-based network in LEO, in the low Earth orbit region, that's pretty interesting. But if we are able to do that in a much more DePIN-centric way, that if we have a launch vehicle, a liquid propulsion engine, which is able to send these nodes across the LEO area, and this becomes a people-powered satellite-based constellation, I think that will be able to have way lower latency in places like Africa where there are no optic fiber cable lines, as compared, and it could have a much better communication for any kind of distributed system communication you want to do. So that's something which I'm interested towards.
Yeah, just to add to his point, right? If you think about today's compute-heavy workloads on the infrastructure side, so for example, you are watching a game. There's a famous match happening. Every one of us are watching. If you think about it, all the streaming, right? It's happening actually from the same server for us. Although it can all be on the edge, right? It can all be much closer to the device and such. So there is a huge amount of things that can be done. The technology is mature enough, but I think the economics needs to sit. I think that's why he has a very valid point there.
And I'm most excited about, I think, any opportunity for users to own a piece of the pie of the DEAI pie. So like one more practical example at IONET is last quarter we launched co-staking. So if you're going to be a provider or a worker in our network, you need to stake a certain amount of IO tokens in order to participate. And so for any data center or a provider that doesn't want to put up the full amount or can't afford it, that's where IO co-staking comes in, and you can earn a certain portion of the block rewards that come from a data center, which is, I think, a really exciting opportunity to really be for individual users to be a part of this economy and also, benefit from the growth of the DePIN network as well.
Yeah, no, I don't know if you guys want to say something else. Otherwise, we're going to get drunk. Just kidding. I don't drink alcohol. That's a lie. Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for listening. Remember, being early is opportunity. So let's build the world that we would like to see. Let's go.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, everybody. Let's see. Do we have our final keynote? We may not. Let's go to the tape here. I think we're gonna close DePIN Day now. We had one more keynote, but the traffic seems to have claimed another victim. So we were very sad about that. But we are going to not have the final keynote by Juan, it seems. So I want to thank everybody for coming. It's been a great day. We've had over 400 people turn up, which is terrific. It keeps right on par with the last DePIN Days we've had. We've been, 400 to 500 people per city, which has been terrific. So thank you all for coming. Thank you all for participating, for questions, for meeting each other and for advancing the DePIN ecosystem. That's what this is about. And particularly, thank you to all of our sponsors and partners without whom these days would not happen. So thanks in particular to Neuron, and thanks in particular to Beamable, the two kind of real core sponsors here. So thank you very much to you guys. And also thank you, of course, we need a round of applause to Nadia for putting this on. So thank you, Nadia, again, for putting on such a great event. So thank you to Nadia and appreciate it. And we will see you guys in Singapore. So thanks so much. Have a great rest of the day. I'm in Dubai. Bye.